Oh, good day, everybody. Good day. I am back. I'm back. Was a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful last live stream. The live stream that we just had. The topic presentation live stream. John chapter 21 is a wonderful chapter, especially when you understand what the chapter is about. And we've learned how Jesus was teaching his disciples to spot him. When in the middle of them not recognizing him, he was teaching them how to spot them. So it's very, very important lesson that we have learned directly from Jesus himself, and how he taught his disciples to spot him. That's how he wants you and me, his followers, to spot him as well. Please remember, Jesus Christ is invisible, but he does things. He makes things to happen. So we spot him. How? By understanding his character, understanding his behavior, understanding what Jesus Christ would have done in this situation, and then for watching that happen. This is how we spot him in reality. So continue. I would want to encourage everybody to continue to dive in Jesus's teachings, his words, so that you and I could learn how it is to spot him in reality. Now, this is right now is 8:30. This is an open conversation live stream. Open conversation. What this means? Simple. This is Let's Talk. Let's Talk is about us having a discussion. First of all, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for, willing to hang out with me, some random dude on the internet. You're willing to hang out with. Thank you for giving me your time. Thank you for giving me your attention, and thank you so much for giving me your thoughts as well. So in this live stream, if you got a question or claim, you can simply put it in the comments. And if there is no live conversation, I'll be looking over the comments and responding to the things that you're writing. If there will be a conversation, then comments is slightly secondary. Okay. Now, so if you have a question or a claim, you can put it in the comments, or I do invite you to talk. This is what this platform, this is what it's all about. Let's talk. Let's talk. Click on the link inside of the pinned comment on top or on the bottom of the comment section. So I pinned a comment that has a link. You click on the link, it will literally take you to the website where I have the studio room is at, and then I'll be able to connect you to the stage, and we'll be able to have a conversation. Okay. So today's topic. Who is the last prophet? There are many claims out there. And by the last prophet, what I mean by that is the person or prophet that has authority to either change what was said before him, or has authority to claim that he is the last and no one else is coming, as if he has been sealed, is the promised one. So who is the last prophet? Who is it? Some of them that I'll just throw out there. Is it Jesus? Well, okay, let me go a little earlier. First one, is it Moses? Moses, the one who brought the Torah. Is it Moses? Is Torah the last revelation of God? Is it Jesus? Is the gospel the last revelation of God? Or is it Muhammad, Quran, being the last revelation of God? Or maybe it's Joseph Smith with the Latter Day Saints doctrine, the Latter Day Saints religion. being the last one. Or maybe there was what? Oh, there was Charles Taze Russell as well. And he prophesied many wonderful things that are about to happen. But they failed to happen. But it's okay. He still brought a religion of his own. So who is the last prophet? That's the ultimate question. You can throw it in the chat, or you can click on a link. The link to the studio room is in the description of this live stream or in the pinned comment. So you can throw your comment in the chat or click on a link and let's talk. Now, before we start, let's always start with a prayer. Let's always start with a prayer. I need help from God. It's not like I know everything. It's not like I possess all the knowledge that is out there. It's not like I have all the understanding. I mean, y'all be telling me things in this live stream, and some things I've never heard before, so I gotta understand what you're saying, you know? And it's not like I got the greatest understanding out there. So I do need help from God. I do need help from God. I need to understand the things that you guys are saying. And I do need help from God on how to respond in a proper way. Whether to affirm, whether to challenge, or to deny. And with a good, solid, valid reason as well. But it's nice to hear what people have to say. It's really nice to just hear their beliefs and reasons why they believe the things that they believe. It's actually fun. So you're welcome to call, and you're welcome to join through the link, and let's talk. Almighty God, thank you so much again for the opportunity to do another live stream. Thank you so much, Lord, that you're always with us, and thank you so much that you're always good. Does not matter what we go through. It really does not matter whether we have hard times or smooth sailing, good times. Doesn't matter what's going on in our life. You are good. You are good in the middle of all times. You are good. Yeah, during the times where everything is smooth sailing, you are the one who gives us this enjoyment to follow you, this enjoyment to enjoy your blessings, to enjoy the goodness, to enjoy the calm times as well. You're giving us this enjoyment. And in the middle of when things are going upside down, where it seems like this life is going to crush us, you're the one who's giving us the strength. You're the one who is giving us the wisdom. You're the one who gives us the understanding, the willingness to continue, the willingness to do that what is right. And through your wisdom, we come out of any even hardest possible events out there, the victorious. So thank you for who you are. Thank you for the things that you continue to do in our lives. You are truly good. You're truly good. Thank you for this live stream. Bless the viewer. Bless me. Help each one of us to understand each other. Help us to be clear. Help us, Almighty God. Help us. In the almighty name of Jesus, you direct this live stream for your own glory. And to you be all praise and glory. Amen. Okay, so let's hear. Let's continue. Hey, blessings. Dirk Jenksing. Blessings, dude. Blessings. Let me just throw this out there. Hit that like button. Your like allows the live stream to be, promoted to somebody else. Thus, you helping me to bring people here. So your simple like is pretty powerful. So thank you for clicking that like. Subscribe to the channel. You may think that you're subscribed because you watched a video or two, and right now your front page content includes Let's Talk live streams. But no, if you haven't actually clicked the subscribe button, you're not subscribed. And if you watch something else, you forget to watch me for like a week or two or so, then Let's Talk will be moved away from your homepage. That's just how the algorithm works. So when you subscribe, you actually get the pop-ups and the videos from the channels that you are subscribed to. So subscribe. Why? So that we can hang out in the future. You would know when I'm live. I was not live yesterday or on Friday. Why? Because I went with my family to a vacation, camping trip. We had a, was it 3 full days camping trip. It was fun. We went to Fort Bragg in California. I'm from California, from Sacramento, California. So we went to Fort Bragg in what is it? I think it's Mendocino County in California, and it was awesome, awesome, awesome 4th of July fireworks. It was awesome. The beach in Fort Bragg is very nice. The sun, the temperature, the weather, everything is great. The redwood forest is beautiful. It's like you're camping in the jungle. That's what California looks like in certain parts. In other parts, you find huge mountains. Like, California is a beautiful state, by the way, and everything is within what, 2, 3, 4 hour drive time. And then you can go to Nevada as well, and Nevada is literally desert. Well, we have actually, what is it? The fiercest desert here in California as well, the Death Valley. So yeah, so we went on a vacation. I was gone, but now let's get back to the routine life. Let's get back to the routine live streams, and I'm aiming for being live on Friday evening or Saturday. One of those 2 days, but mostly it's Friday evening. The second is Sunday, and yes, so far it's set in stone. Sunday around 2:30 p.m. live for about 2.5 to 3 hours, and then after church we go in the evening, and then live also on Monday 7 p.m. is a topic presentation live stream. What I do in topic presentation live stream, I just take some kind of a topic and yes, study it. No matter of whatever, week 2 or 3 or however amount of time, I study it. Literally isolate my mind to studying that topic and then present it to you. We just finished with the Gospel of Jesus Christ according to John. We just finished with that series. Next series will be on resurrection. It will be fun. It will be awesome. Resurrection is one of the things that I want to know more. I want to know more about the resurrection of Jesus Christ. I really do. Why? Well, see, Jesus is alive. Alive. If he's alive, then he's real. If he's real here in reality, then we actually can experience him. We can follow him in reality. A person must be alive in order to lead somebody else. And Jesus is alive, and he is inviting you and me, all of us, to follow him. No one else. None of the other prophets can say this. No one else can say this. Follow me. No one. Muhammad cannot say this. Muhammad cannot say, follow me. Why? Well, Muhammad, you're gonna die, and then what? The following stops. Who's gonna be leading if you're dead? Oh, you got the Quran. That's not how it works. If you're claiming to be, if you're saying follow me, you're literally are saying I'm the teacher. That you're the teacher. This is what you're saying. You're the teacher. So now, if you're the teacher, you must be able to be alive in order to teach. The second you die, guess what? Your follow me stops there. So, Muhammad, dead, follow me ended. Joseph Smith, dead, follow me ended. Jesus Christ, well, dead, but guess what? Death cannot hold him down. Grave cannot hold him. That is just simply impossible. Why? Well, if to put it simple, He committed no sin. The punishment for sin is death. He committed no sin. So death is not allowed to hold him. It's not allowed. According to the design, death is not allowed to hold him. According to design, grave is also not allowed to hold him. Sheol is not allowed to hold Jesus Christ. He committed no sin. So if he gets into Sheol and he cannot be held by Sheol, guess what he does? He breaks out. He breaks out. He breaks out and just walks out of the grave, walks out of the tomb, just walks out. He breaks out and just walks out. That's what he does. He committed no sin. All the rest of the prophets, they have committed sin. Yes, God may have forgiven them for their sin, but still they have committed sin. And because they have committed sin, death is allowed to hold them. But Jesus, the only one, death is not allowed to hold. So again, Jesus says, follow me. And since he's real, he's alive, yes, he means it. Yes, it literally as real as he is walking before you. He's doing an event. He's doing something right there in front of your eyes. You're just witnessing something strange happening. And you go like, this strange event reminds me of Jesus' character. Jesus' signature all over this event. Jesus' handprint. Jesus is doing this. And then you understand exactly what he's doing, and you know what you must do. That's the reality with Jesus. No other religion, no other prophet can claim this. Follow me. Because the following has ended. The second day went into the grave and are dead. Oh, come on, bro. What is it? Billy, come on. I'm not calling you names. Why are you calling me names, bro? Come on. Let's grow up. Let's be an adult. Let's have a conversation. No one saw Jesus break out of the tomb. No one saw it. That's according to you, but according to history, we have number of people that are willing to die. They're willing that their heads be chopped off. They're willing to be crucified to defend the idea, the position that Jesus is alive. And they have seen him with their own eyes. They're willing to put their life on the line. So, Billy, you say no one saw, but history shows to us that people probably, most likely, seen him alive. Why? Because there's Christianity. Jesus not alive? No Christianity. That's simple as that. Christianity exists on two basic foundations, two basic columns, principles, ideas, however you want to call it. The first one is the death of Jesus Christ. That yes, Jesus Christ really, in fact, did die on that cross. History is full of it. And yes, Jesus has risen from the dead. If Jesus would not rise from the dead, then, the disciples of Jesus, John, Peter, they would not be motivated enough to stand against the Roman Empire. But please tell me, Billy, what fact gave them enough motivation and courage to stand up against the Roman Empire and be undefeated? But within about 300 years, the primary religion of Roman Empire was Christianity. Who won? Peter and John, or the Roman Empire in the end? Jesus violated Romans 13 of your magical book of the Bible, spells, and by displaying his authority, figures, and committing fraud and sedition. Bro, this is what an atheist sounds like to me. This is what an atheist sounds like to me. Bunch of like baseless claims, and then once we'll go over the Bible, we will all see that they have zero basis and zero knowledge in the things that they claim. Oh, claim. That's what they sound like to me. I mean, I like you guys, but bro, dear atheists, you gotta snap out of it. You really gotta snap out of it. That is all I gotta say. Billy DeLacy, actually. Name a single individual who witnessed the event. Billy. We just went over John, the Gospel of John, and we've seen that he claims that he was an eyewitness, and he claims that everything is the truth. And we also have seen the last two verses are very weird, as if they don't really belong in the book. The last two verses is a signature that John promises and claims that everything he said is the truth. And we, as if multiple people are adding on to John's signature, saying, yes, we also say that John's information in this book is accurate, authentic. And then the last verse is very, very awesome as well. That puts the gospel according to John, the gospel of Jesus Christ according to John, as one of the sources. As one of the sources. One of the sources. Not the main or authoritative source, as one of the sources. That's what it does. Okay? Hey, let me ask. My friend Tavo, let me add you to the Tavo has done a lot of studies on Jesus Christ as well. And I like to hear the things that he has studied and he has learned. Tavo, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Yes, I'm very, very well as well. Thanks thanks for calling and thanks for a little chat.
Yeah, sure. To answer Billy's questions, Peter, James, John, plausibly Matthew, Paul.
The witness the event of the resurrection. Well, according to the Gospel of Matthew, Matthew says that all 11 disciples, and John said first time, 10 disciples, and then the second time, Thomas was there with them too. So all those guys have witnessed, and
Yeah,
yeah,
and then
much more that you have
First
mentioned.
Corinthians, the First Corinthians Creed is a First Corinthians verse 13, I think lines 5 through 8 is he appeared to first to Cephas, Peter, then to the 12, first to James, then to Cephas, Peter, then to the 12 apostles, and then 500, and finally to one who was untimely born, me, Paul referring to himself.
Yep. That's that. And how about this one? Look. So Billy says that you don't even know who wrote John. No one does.
We know that there was a John. We know he wrote the Gospel of John. We just don't know which John he was. We know that he did have a relationship with the early church, Polycarp of Smyrna, and I think there's I want to say Eusebius wrote down that he met with Polycarp of Smyrna. So Eusebius witnesses John, who wrote the Gospel of John, meeting with Polycarp of Smyrna, and that's fairly well attested. I may be mistaken; it may not be Eusebius, but I know there was a meeting Polycarp of Smyrna with John, and it was written down by somebody else who was there. I think it was Eusebius, but I might be wrong.
Hmm. Interesting. And again, ignore the offensive language. So, not at all. No one watched Jesus breaking out of the tomb.
What's the question now?
So Billy responds, "Lol, nope," as if nobody has witnessed Jesus being risen
Why
from
don't
the dead.
you, Billy? Why don't you, if I'm so far off base, why don't you hop up?
I fully agree.
Yeah.
So I pinned a comment and there's a link. Just click on the link, and I'll add you to our conversation. And Billy,
Yeah.
blast us with all the questions that you know.
Well, Billy, here's the real issue. Within a generation, so within 40 or 50 years, we have 7 different people who wrote books about Jesus having risen from the dead. So there were at least 7 people within 50 years. If you go out to 100 years, then it goes up to 14 people who endorse the resurrection claim. Now, the issue isn't that that's sufficient evidence. The issue is that there are no other claims from the era of classical antiquity that have that much attestation that are not accepted as fact.
And Billy, you are 100% correct that nobody watched Jesus breaking out of the tomb. Nobody watched that. But what they have seen is Jesus in the tomb and then Jesus walking out of the tomb. The way he broke out of the tomb, well, the humans say that the angel came down and he unrolled the rock, and I guess when he unrolled the rock, that's about when Jesus walked out. That's my best guess. But exactly how it happened, I cannot tell you for sure. So you're sure, you're correct that no one really possibly seen how Jesus broke out of the tomb, but there's a lot of eyewitnesses, and they're all on the same page that Jesus is alive. He's actually walking, living. He's not dead.
Yeah, yeah. And I think the other thing is the lack of comparators. In other words, we don't have any claims in history that are attested this much that were not true. In other words, there's no record of any claims that. And if you look at other people who are making supernatural claims in the era of classical antiquity, the Greco-Roman period, which is a period spanning 1,300 years, there's only one person who has 2 witnesses, and that person is Vespasian. So Jesus has, 3 or 4 times more witnesses than the emperor of the Roman Empire for his miracle claims, and that's the only supernatural claim that has more than one attestation behind it. In other words, every other claim in the Greco-Roman period of something supernatural happening has one witness, with the exception of Vespasian, who has 2 witnesses.
And usually those guys would be like a friends of that or under authority of that person.
Yeah, but I mean, hop up and talk to us, Billy. Like, I'm happy to chat with you about this. But here's the other thing that's significant is if you look at people who made supernatural claims and were debunked, we actually have a number of those people. We have Alexander of Abonoticus from the cult of Glycon. We have all the people that Josephus names, and he names Theudas, he names the Egyptian false prophet, and he names several other deceivers and imposters who are under the pretense of divine inspiration. So this suggests that if somebody made a supernatural claim in the era of classical antiquity, there was skepticism with which those claims were met with. So in other words, Josephus is saying other people were making claims, but we know those other claims were false. But Josephus doesn't say that about Jesus. Instead, Josephus says Jesus was a doer of paradoxical deeds.
Mm-hmm. And he was not even a follower of Jesus too, as much as I understand.
Josephus was not a follower of Jesus at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So
If you want a source for Josephus, you can. There's Josephus and Jesus, which was published by Oxford University Press, which was T.C. Schmidt wrote that. So there's a source for you, Billy. 'Cause I
and
think he says cite your sources.
yeah, and briefly, how would you say that Jesus viewed? I mean, how Josephus viewed Jesus as?
Um, Imposter, pretender. Yeah.
and at the same time miracle worker.
Yeah, although Josephus was yeah, doer of paradoxical deeds, and the Jewish canon talks about Jesus performing miracles. Both the Talmud and the Toledo Yeshu talk about the miracles of Jesus and that he actually did those miracles, suggesting that he was creating this magic by using some sort of evil power. But there's no source that actually denies that he did those deeds. In other words, everyone else explains them away, but no source denies them flatly. And that's different than the way the Jews treat any other figure. In fact, Jesus is the only named figure in canonical Jewish literature who performed a miracle without the authorization of God. So if you believe that Jesus did some magic and did some sorcery, as the ancient Jews apparently did, then you have to put Jesus in an ontologically unique category that no one else goes into.
Yeah, Billy, I hope you understand what Tavo is saying. Tavo is saying just very simple and plain that both the enemies of Jesus and the allies of Jesus, everyone is on the same page that miracles have been done by Jesus Christ. They just presented in in their own version to either credit him or discredit him, just based on who they are.
Yeah, I've read 8 different linguistic traditions of the Toledo Yeshu, and I think they all use the word miracle. He keeps saying, "Stop dodging the question, name a single proven witness," and we said John, we said Matthew, Peter and James both wrote books about it. I don't know, Billy, maybe you're saying, like, did they actually physically see Jesus leave the tomb? The answer is no, but they saw him after he was dead, so I think that's good enough. You don't have to see him physically walking out of the tomb.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a very narrow criteria if that's what you're saying, the criteria that we're not meeting.
Yeah, the fact that Jesus is in a tomb, dead, completely dead, unmovable, and the next day he's out of the tomb, walking around. That's the resurrection we're actually pointing to, and that resurrection is as real as it gets. And Tavo again, he's not theologically aligned. He more just studied this material. He read a lot of documents. He put a lot of thought into all of this. So
And Josephus actually also attests that Jesus did appear to his followers. So Josephus is documenting that there was an appearance to his followers. And keep in mind that what Josephus is writing down is the testimony of the governor of Galilee within, I think, 15 years after the death of Jesus. So that's, from a historical standpoint, that's a very temporally proximate testimony.
mhm. Yeah, this all this facts are interesting. Um, I'm gonna be doing this whole entire live stream. I'm gonna be doing I'll be focusing on Jesus's resurrection. Uh, can I dig your brain for all that you know on one of the Mondays at 7 p.m. or are you doing your live stream at that time?
No, I'd love that. I'd love that. Yeah. I usually like finish live streaming around 7, so I may be a little bit late, but I'm happy to pop over here afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally fine, and that will be just me and you, and that's it on everything that you've studied, everything that you know, and if you can bring all the sources so that we could actually read, the Talmudic source on what they say regarding resurrection and the fact that they're pointing to that the resurrection has happened. The enemies of Jesus, the friends, the allies, everybody, and let's both of us just explore on everything that we have.
Yeah, and I think Billy is also saying, like, this is hearsay. The problem, I mean, it's not. John is writing down his own testimony, but here's the real problem: historians don't throw out evidence because it's hearsay. In other words, if we have a lot of attestations around an event, if we have a lot of historical witnesses to an event, then we don't say this is hearsay. We say, these are witnesses who describe this event as happening. It just, the issue of hearsay is really more of like in court systems it matters. It doesn't really have the same weight to say something that something is hearsay when you're looking from an academic historiographical perspective.
No, I guess he is done with he's out of arguments. I guess he's out of arguments because he's shifting the topic to motherland, to countries and Russia, those things. So he's out of arguments. I would thank you on your input, on your information.
Yeah, I'm sorry you didn't come up, Billy.
Well, not everybody is brave enough. So what can we say?
I did some live streaming earlier, so if my energy is kind of low right now, that's probably why. But if anyone wants to hop up and ask us questions, like I'll happily like answer questions along with you, Serge.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. Yes, yes, because you've studied a lot on the historical aspect. I've looked at it a lot less on the historical aspect, but especially on what the enemies of Jesus are saying about him.
Well, what I did is I'm a professor and a physician and a journal editor for two different scholarly journals. But what I did is I looked at 30 other events between 10 CE and 60 CE. And these are all events that historians agree that they actually happened. And then I weighed the evidence of the resurrection against those other events. In other words, is there more testimony or less testimony for these other events where historians say this actually did happen than there is for the resurrection? In other words, if you say, I don't believe the Christian sources, I don't believe the resurrection sources because they come too late, then you have to throw out much of what we know about the classic antiquity period history.
Mm-hmm. You pretty much have to just cancel history out completely. Say that this part of history is invalid, false.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the best evidence that I've seen for the Christian narrative, though, is the way people really manifest their hostility when you like ask like really intelligent, curious questions to them in some of these contexts, like people who just totally lose it. And like I want to say I think Billy's like being a little hostile now to, I don't know. I mean, I guess my point is this: if people were just reacting to my videos saying, "Hey, this is false. I disagree with what you're saying," that would be something that would be more persuasive, more cogent to me than people who like hear my arguments and then totally flip out and like totally lose their stuff about the things I'm saying.
Hey, Tavo, I fully 100% agree with you because I continually experience this as well. I see that when people run out of different arguments to point that you're incorrect, they just turn on the spew button. They press the button and they spew whatever comes out of them. If the person is an atheist, I've seen that they just spew just nasty language out. If the person is a Muslim, they just spew something massively against the Bible and the corruption of the Bible. If there are any other religions, they have their own script that they follow, that they spew out. So I fully agree with you. And well, again, you have no idea who wrote the Gospel of John. Well, according to the tradition, who wrote the Gospel of John? Dava.
John wrote it. I mean, he says he was an eyewitness, and he advised the early church fathers, and we're very certain that he was around at least by the turn of century, involved in the church. We just don't know his last name, essentially, is the issue. But I mean, it wasn't like, I can't tell the guy's social security number. Like, it's just, that's not how things worked back then.
Well, I mean, if you can, you would really identify him. Do you know his social, just by any chance?
I don't.
No, not at all. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, simple, full. It's not even a handful. It's a lot of eyewitnesses to the events that, surrounding Jesus Christ. Is good enough. Is good enough. We don't need all of their last names. We don't need all of their, as Dawa said, social security numbers. Their phone numbers to call them and verify if those events actually took place. That's not how history works. History is what is the probability of a certain event taking place? What is the probability? And if there's a lot of attestation and the probability is high, then we label it most likely has happened. Right?
Yeah, and the real question is, it's weighed in the context of how much do we know about this era? So, you know, we aren't always, but I think the interesting thing about this whole era is how much we know about the other claimants who were around during this period, and we know that they were all proven to be false. So, and we don't know of any other claimants who have this body of testimony around them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Tatian, who was around during the turn of the century, says, that we are not following mythology. These are not myths. These are things that actually happened to people that we know. And Quadratus, who was not himself a part of the Christian hierarchy in any way. In other words, he was just an itinerant teacher. He was not like a bishop. He was not like the leader of any specific church. He actually wrote a letter saying that the people who were healed by Jesus were around during his era. In other words, they overlapped with his own lifetime. The reason why that's important is because he writes this down not in a letter to other people, not in literature that's meant to proselytize or to persuade anyone. He writes it down in a letter to the Emperor of Rome, right? That's not a person that you should trivially lie to. In other words, it's not a good idea to go to the Emperor of Rome and say, this is something that happened if it's not something that happened. So the fact that Quadratus makes this claim of people being healed and he himself interacting with these people within his lifetime and makes that claim to the Emperor of Rome, not to any lay public audience, is at the very least interesting.
It is. I agree with you because you have a good point over there. Because you don't want to lie to the Roman to the Caesar or to the governor. Because if you do and they find out you lied to them, it could be off with the head.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta be careful. So it's a very very valid and very interesting point that it as real as it gets. And who was that person to Jesus? Was he a follower of Jesus or was he just a regular?
Quadratus?
Yeah, and regular
No, he was just
bystander.
an itinerant teacher. I mean, that's the other thing is there's no itinerant teacher tradition from any other theology. In other words, if you look at who the early Muslim advocates were, they were all the caliph or members of the caliphate. In other words, there's not like these people who are walking around the ancient world saying, Muhammad did all these miracles. We don't have any claimants like that. With Jesus, we have at least, I want to say, 4 itinerant teacher traditions. We have Justin Martyr, we have Alexander of no, sorry, we have Aristides, we have Quadratus, and there's one more that I'm forgetting. But the point is that we have a body of people who are walking around the ancient world saying that these things were true, even though they themselves were not part of the Christian church.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty close to having a neutral audience. And that doesn't exist in any other religion either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the Muslim claim that what is it? Muhammad split the moon. It's 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 interpreted. I believe it's an interpreted claim. And that claim popped what, a few hundred years after?
Yeah, if we didn't have the Quran, we wouldn't actually have any documentation that Muhammad split the moon.
You mean the hadith? Because
I
in
is this
in the Quran
the
it
splitting the
says
moon is not in the Quran?
it is in the Quran, but it's very very unclear. And
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
you need a hadith in order to actually let me see how the Quran says about splitting the moon.
Aya Mia says, "Just get yourself circumcised first, like Jesus did, you clueless Paulism." Absolute joke. I'm not sure what that means. Clueless Paulism?
Yeah, clueless Paulism. So Paulism is basically Christians because Paul has corrupted the teachings of Jesus Christ, and the Christians are not the followers of Jesus, but they're the followers of Paul. And Paul also, I guess, influenced according to the Paulism people. Paul also influenced the gospel writers to proclaim the Trinity and to proclaim that Jesus is God, which it literally does not make sense. That's what they say and believe.
Yeah, I think that's a fringe theory.
Okay, so here in the Quran, this is where it says, oops, Quran, let me just pull it up. So chapter 54, right in the beginning of the chapter, it talks about the moon.
Yeah, and it actually doesn't say that Muhammad split the moon. It says that the moon split.
Yeah. The hour of doom has drawn near, and the moon has split asunder. So the hour of doom, the hour has come near. So the hour of doom is the last day, as much as I understand. Has drawn near. So the last day has drawn near, and the moon has split asunder. So when these people see a sign, they turn away and say, this is a transient magic. So it doesn't even say anywhere that Muhammad has split the moon.
It
Interesting how
doesn't. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
it's interesting how it's translated. And let me see where in Hadith. Yeah, it's interesting. But hey, you can look at any body of text and interpret it the way you want. Unless let's see how Hadith. There's I like the today's day search different things tools that we have. So
Yeah, yeah.
so Al Bukhari. Let's see what Al Bukhari says. That the Meccan people requested Allah's messenger to show them a miracle. So he showed them the splitting of the moon. Okay, so without the hadith, we would not even know who split the moon.
Yeah, yeah. I'm still not even sure that this suggests that Allah's messenger is Muhammad, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that this suggests that he did it. In other words, he just showed them the moon. In other words, this was interpreted as a sign, but we don't know that it was.
Well, what do you think right here? He showed them the splitting of the moon. So he showed them the splitting. How would you interpret that?
Oh, I would say like he said, look at the moon. This is a portend.
So you think that he saw the moon split first, and then he just pointed to the moon already being split?
I think it was more that it split during his reign, and people interpreted that as as an omen or a portend.
Okay. Okay. So he showed him the splitting of the moon. Okay. Um.
Yeah, but tellingly, no one else saw this happen. But I also think that it's likely that it could have been some sort of other environmental thing, like maybe it was just a cloud passing in front of the moon. That I've seen like we've also looked up and seen like clouds that look like they're splitting. It looks like the moon is splitting because there's like a dark stripe on the moon, and what that dark stripe is really is just a cloud.
Uh-huh. That's a good point too. That's a very good point to consider. The moon is already split. He's pointing to the moon. Say, hey, boom! See, I just split the moon. I am a messenger from God.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well.
How have things been going on your channel?
Things have been things sometimes are busy, sometimes are slow. Last few days, last few live streams, they were pretty busy, and sometimes we spoke until morning for about 9 hours straight.
Wow, really? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I spoke to BBN. I spoke to BBN. I think 2 times through the whole night. There was BBN, Servant, me, and we also
Oh,
had
servant, yeah.
you were there too during one of the live streams, but you were more in the beginning. There was I forgot his name, but
The Muslim guy, Sam?
no, he was also an atheist, the atheist agnostic, and
Oh, interesting.
he was very close aligned to BBN, but the thing is, his mic, I believe, the second time around, his mic was malfunctioning, or his connection, so
Oh,
he
yeah.
was very hard to hear. So I don't know if you're gonna remember. So and yeah, we spoke well into the night. It was pretty interesting, especially speaking to people at 4 a.m. when your mind is already shut down. It's
Yeah,
very
sure, yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
It's fun to argue at that state, I guess. Well, we're not arguing. We're just talking, I guess. So it's been sometimes slower, sometimes more busier. It looks like today is more on the slower side. But when it's on the slower side, what I like to do is I like to present topic-based ideas. Like, let's say right now I have some information regards to Jesus, claiming that he is the seal of the prophets, and pointing to how Jesus has adjusted the law a little bit. He brought forth the full meaning of the law, and then how Muhammad has done the same thing. How Joseph Smith has done the same thing. So I just want to present all what those guys say, and just ask one big question: who really truly is the last prophet? Because there's a lot of claims, but one of the things is, well, what do you think, Tavo? What do you think? Is prophet allowed to, in a way, overwrite the doctrine, the message of of all the prophets that there were before him?
I would say no. I mean, Deuteronomy 12 says, if a prophet does magic, but they lead you towards a God that you don't already know, then they're a false prophet, right? That's what Deuteronomy 12 says. But I mean, when I hear that verbiage, I say, to me, a God you don't already know means any theology that you don't know. In other words, if I'm a prophet, even if I'm doing magic, if I'm introducing a new theology, then that doesn't carry any weight.
Mm-hmm. Or even right here, even in the Quran, it says, when Allah made the prophets enter into a covenant, saying, if I give you a book and wisdom, then comes to you a messenger verifying what is with you, you shall have to believe in him, and you shall have to support him. I mean, it's pretty understandable, right? If he's verifying the
Yeah, but
previous
here's the
revelation.
problem. He doesn't give you the criteria there, right? And firkan is the word for criteria. And in the Quran, the firkan is the Old Testament or the scriptures, right? Because the problem is this passage has to be contextualized with the other parts of the Quran, which talk about you know the that you need a criteria essentially, right? Because you can't just trust anyone who comes.
Well, yeah, the criteria then comes to a messenger verifying what is with you.
Yeah,
Right
yeah.
here, verifying what is with you. So let's say when Muhammad comes, and if Jesus taught the Trinity, Muhammad is saying there's no such thing as Trinity, then that's a core difference. It's literally who God is, and Muhammad is changing who God is. And if anyone who is changing who God is, it's as if they're presenting their own God, not the real God, but their own version of their God. So
Hmm.
verifying what is with you, yes, I agree. It's extremely essential. And if the prophet is not verifying, then he cannot be real. He cannot be trusted. And it's very interesting how also, remember how Paul says in Galatians chapter 1, starting from, what is it, verse 6. I marvel that you're turning away so soon from him who called you in the grace of Christ to a different gospel, which is not another, but there are some who trouble you and want to pervert the gospel of Christ. But even if we or an angel from heaven preach any other gospel to you than what we have preached to you, let him be accursed. So Paul is warning here. He's literally saying that, another gospels are coming. They're coming. But if it's a different gospel, if it's another gospel, if it's not what we have preached to you, but a different version of whatever gospel, then let it be accursed. Throw it away. So in a way, Paul is prophesying that Quran is coming, and guys, throw it away. Is prophesying that the Later Day Saints doctrine books are coming also, so throw them away as well. He's prophesying that the Watchtower information is also about to pop, to throw that information as well, away as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the interesting thing about that for me is that there's not a real reason for other people to come and clarify. In other words, I've had this conversation with a few people. If they need an LDS book, why would they need that? Why was there another covenant that was needed? Why? Same thing with Quran. Same thing with like Watchtower. Like, why do they need like another gospel? Why? What does it add? Like, tell me an idea that it marginally, incrementally even improves.
Well, Quran, another gospel, it corrects that Jesus never died on a cross, never risen from the dead, and this another gospel in a way cancels the way to heaven.
Well, why did let's say that is a correction. Then I often ask this question: why did God wait 5 centuries to make that correction? Why did he wait 5 or 6 centuries to say Jesus didn't die on the cross? Why not say that immediately? Why not make that correction when it's closer to the time frame when it actually happens? In other words, why do we let this false gospel of Jesus dying on the cross get reproduced by Tacitus, by Suetonius, by Lucian of Samosata, by all the Christian sources, by all the Jewish sources, by the Talmud, by Josephus, by the Toledo Yeshu? Like, we have all these sources that say that Jesus died on the cross. Why did God wait 6 centuries to put out a book that corrects these other sources?
Well, according to the narrative, those people, yes, they believed that Jesus died on a cross, but it wasn't the real Jesus, though.
Yeah. But
So how would you respond to that?
I would quote the Quran and say God is not the author of confusion.
Well, that's what it says in the Bible, that God is not the author of confusion. But well,
in other words, why all the deception for 6 centuries?
So would you say that Allah was responsible for creating Christianity then, because of that deception?
Well, I mean, no. I think. Oh, you mean does the Quran say that Allah created Christianity?
Well,
if that's the case, by letting the deception stand.
According to the narrative of Islam, like, let's say if that person on a cross is not Jesus Christ, the real Jesus Christ is already in heaven. That person is just somebody swapped, or he looks like Jesus. All the enemies, everybody who is seeing this event, they believe that it's Jesus. Even Jesus' own mother and John, the disciple, they're looking at him and they think that it's Jesus. Everybody's convinced that it's Jesus on the cross.
Yeah. Everybody throughout the Greco-Roman world, everybody throughout Judea, basically everybody in the whole world. Yeah.
And then because the disciples, they're convinced that it's Jesus on the cross, they believe that he has died. And then whatever, they might be hallucinating or whatever they might be doing, that he arose from the dead because of the things that they preached, because of the things that they have done. They stood up to the whole Roman Empire. They displayed courage that their message is true and real. And now, because all of that has happened, and according to the narrative, Allah is the one who did the swap. Allah is the one who did the deception. Well, in order for Christianity to come to existence, isn't death and resurrection of Christ necessary? If one of those is missing, then Christianity is just not there.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so if Allah is the one who, caused the deception to happen, everybody believes that Jesus died on a cross, everybody believes, then according to that narrative, Allah is responsible for the first step. Now, sure, Allah might not be responsible for the second step of those people hallucinating, but if they would not be under impression of Jesus being dead, then they would not have a hallucinating thoughts of him being risen from the dead. If they would be convinced that he is in heaven and he is not on the cross, then they would not have even the hallucinating thoughts or visions of him coming back to life because they know where he is at. So, thus, pointing to both aspects that Allah is the one who, in a way, is responsible for starting Christianity.
Yep, that's true too. That's another major problem. You know.
And if I were to continue to go on along this storyline, okay, well, one of the bases of Christianity is John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life. So, God having the only begotten Son, this is the core message of Christianity. According to Islam, God has begotten a son is actually a big no. Like literally, Allah is about to even nuke his own heavens. He's that angry when somebody says that he has a son. So now the interesting thing is, because Allah, according to the Islamic narrative, because Allah has started Christianity, and Christianity is the religion that teaches that God has a son, Allah literally enabled himself to be angered for 600 years until he finally had enough and decided to correct the mistake.
Yeah, it's a convoluted narrative.
Yeah, as if he did not know what he's getting himself into when he was doing that swap on the cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I find that story very, very interesting. Like it hasn't been thought through very well.
It's convoluted for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't been thought through because it doesn't make Allah look good and powerful and all knowledgeable as well.
Yeah, or clear in his attention.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in other words, the Quran says that that it itself is a clear book. In other words, it clarifies everything and it's clear and easily interpreted. And the meaning definitely isn't clear from. Yeah. Well, I'll probably head out and get some homework done, but good to see you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe does anyone? Let me ask just really quick. Does anyone in the chat have any questions for me? Anyone want to put any questions in the chat? Feel free to ask me anything. Okay, well, I'll probably be lurking for a little while longer. So if anyone wants to ask me anything in the chat, good to see you, Serge. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, well, thank you for a chat. Let me know when a good Monday, when I can borrow you on Monday at 7 o'clock.
Oh, I'd love that. Yeah, you send me an email, right?
Yeah, I sent you an email. Just let me know when. I was thinking to, so the next Monday I was thinking to put all four gospels together and explore the narrative of the resurrection with all four gospels combined into one story, and then the following 2 Mondays would be a good time to borrow you and see what you have learned, because I see that you have a lot of knowledge and clarity in this field too.
Sure, I'd absolutely love that. Yeah, and I'll be lurking in the chat too. So if anyone has any questions for me that you want to ask me in the chat, like I'll be here for a little while longer. But yeah, good to see you, man.
Yeah, it's good to see you. And guys, this is Tavo. He does live streams on Monday at 5 o'clock, and it's at Tavo San Abri. So just as you see his name displayed on the screen, that's basically at Tavo San Abri is his channel. And
yeah, for sure. And we're in the same time zone, right? So my live streams usually end at like 7:20 or so. So like 7:30 would be perfect.
Are you in a Pacific time zone?
A Pacific time zone, yeah, West Coast time zone.
West Coast, yeah. Okay, me too. I'm from California, so we are in the same time zone.
Okay, super, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll try to hop in on one of your live streams too. I don't really finish work until about 6 p.m., but somewhere maybe around 6, I'll try to hop in like for half an hour, say, or so, just to say hi.
Yeah, I'd love that. I'd be over the moon. Jacko has a question. I'm happy to stick around and answer that question. How does Christianity reconcile with Jesus not fulfilling any prophecies?
Mm-hmm. This is the.
Do,
Let me
do
just
you want to
bring.
answer that? I haven't. I actually have some thoughts on that.
Okay, you start, and then I'll fill in.
Um, Jacko, do you have do you want to hop up and chat for a second before I log off? I guess my point about this is the prophecies are supposed to be a criteria and also an anti-criteria. So in other words, if somebody comes along and says, I'm the Messiah, then you're supposed to use these prophecies as a litmus test to say if they're the Messiah or if they're not the Messiah. The problem is they don't function as inclusive or exclusive criteria either way. Now, let me give you just some examples of that. Probably the best rabbis in the world are the Chabad Lubavitch rabbis, and many of them declared in 2004 that this guy named Menachem Schneerson was the Messiah, right? And he was some. Oh, thanks. Give the gospel of Jesus, quoting my channel. So, thanks very much. Yeah. So that shows that these are not black and white inclusion and exclusion criteria. So, in other words, if there is any prophecy fulfillment, then it has to be for the positive and not for the negative. But if there isn't, I don't think you can use them as an exclusion criteria. There are several other people whoughout history who rabbis called the messiahs who did not fulfill the prophecies that are used to exclude Jesus. I'll just give you some examples. Sabbatai Zevi, he was declared to be a messiah by many, many individuals. Another example is Shimon Bar Kokhba, right? He was, I think that was in the year 130, and Rabbi Akiva said he was the Messiah, and he didn't fulfill any of the prophecies. I personally think that Jesus does fulfill prophecies, but my perspective is more broad and metaphorical than most people. But I sort of admit that it's not really a black and white thing. Now, it is important to note that between the year 70 and the year 130 and the year 200, the prophecies were largely and heavily recontextualized. Now, that happened because the result of Simon Bar Kokhba's revolution was so disastrous for the Jews. So the reason why, what the Jews did actually after that uprising, which really devastated Judaism, from that point on, Judea was not the Jews were persona non grata to the Roman Empire up until the reign of Emperor Julian. But so, anyways, Simon Bar Kokhba's revolution was so disastrous that after that, the Jews started recontextualizing and markedly narrowing the inclusion criteria for fulfilling the prophecies that are delineated in the Old Testament.
Good
I
evening.
don't know if that's helpful to you, Jacko. I'd love to know what you think of that.
Well,
It is I, Jacko.
I added Moke. It is you, Moke. You're Jacko?
Indeed.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us.
No problem.
What makes you say that Jesus has not fulfilled any?
Alrighty. So, just off the top of my head, I can think of like two. One of which we had already discussed before, that being one that he gave himself, saying that he will return and be the Son of Man, bringing about revelations before the people that were around him, before most of them shall die.
Okay, so
I believe. Sorry.
you're pointing to I forget that passage. Okay, you can continue. Let me look up the passage that you're pointing to.
And then I believe the second one, just off the top of my head, was when he was supposed to ride in on both a donkey and some other animal. I think you're supposed to like stop a war, something like that.
I think you're talking about the prophecy that he ceased all wars, that he bring about an era of peace.
I don't think that was it. You're supposed to ride in on a donkey.
We all agree he rode the donkey, right? That's not super impressive to me if he did or didn't. But
Oh no, it's not just that he was supposed to ride in on a donkey. He was also supposed to stop a war or like end a war, some shit like that.
I don't recall ending a specific war, but I may be mistaken.
Yeah,
Right.
me too.
Are you
I
you're talking
don't.
about Isaiah?
Here it is. The prophecy of Jesus riding a donkey is primarily founded in the Old Testament book of Zechariah, 19 or Zechariah 9:9. It foretells a coming king who is righteous and having salvation, gentle and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of the donkey. 19:9.
Well,
Yeah.
so but he does ride on the donkey, right? Here's I've got Zechariah 9:9 pulled up. Rejoice greatly, daughter Zion, shout, daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you, righteous and victorious, lowly and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. But it doesn't
Yeah,
say
but
anything about stopping a war here. It
he
just
was
says
supposed to be the king. That's
you're saying he should have officially been the king.
I mean, yeah, that's what the prophecy was, to have been the king.
I don't know that that's persuasive, because to me the word king here is serving a metaphorical purpose. Like, in other words, it's saying this is your king. In other words, this person should be your king. Like, it doesn't say he actually has to be reigning as king on earth.
Well, and he was known as king because the Gentiles actually saw Jesus Christ as the king before the wise people came to him, or actually before they came to him. Yeah, they went to Herod first, and they asked Herod, where is born the king of the Jews? And then Pilate as well, he wrote on on the cross of Christ, the plaque, he said,
Yeah.
the king of the Jews. So
So
the
I'm not
Gentiles
sure.
actually knew Jesus Christ as the king of the Jews.
So Serge, the king was supposed, or the kings is only supposed to come from the line of David, and David's lineage was cursed so that they would never have a king again. David.
Okay, it was cursed so that it would never
So
have
that
the king again.
yes, they weren't supposed to have another king after that. Was it David? Fuck, keep forgetting.
It's
I don't
from
think so. I think you're mistaken, because the whole point of the prophecies around the house of David is that their kingship, their throne will one day eventually be restored. And then this person will be called king forevermore after that. So I don't think there's a prophecy
Which
that
verse was
says
this?
the house of David will never be king again.
No, but which verse was it that says that their kings would be restored?
I don't recall the name of that verse, but it definitely doesn't. I mean, that's definitely the big prophecy, is that the throne will come from the house of David.
And what do you think when Jesus was walking around and saying such things as repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand, the kingdom of God is near?
In other words,
I
that's
mean,
the kingdom.
yeah, that would be him saying it, but if he didn't fulfill the prophecy,
I guess I still don't see how he doesn't fulfill this prophecy. I mean, he's being referred to as a king, and his coronation is imminent at this moment.
in this moment,
Yeah, when he comes riding on a donkey,
at what point does he get anointed as king?
when he's crucified. It's like an inverse kingdom thing. His humbling is his coronation. That's the whole thing about the inverse
In
kingdom.
what sense?
The inverted king. Do you know much about the inverted kingdom theology? In other words,
Uh,
Jesus brings about the kingdom on earth by humbling himself. In other words, rather than being a king that's majestic and overcomes armies and takes over nations, Jesus is inverted, and his coronation is the humbling. And the inverted kingdom is like God within you, and it's all the paradoxes of, like, the one who all should serve becomes the servant, things like that. Like, in other words, there's all these paradoxes of the inverted kingdom that Jesus is supposed to bring
I mean,
about.
that would make sense if after his crucifixion, if the prophecy that he gave, saying that he would bring about revelations, happened.
What
Uh,
didn't happen
Yeah.
here?
He said, he said specifically that he would come back down as the Son of Man, or not specifically, but paraphrasing that he would come back down because he's the Son of Man.
Do you have a verse?
that,
And I realize I didn't give you the verse that I was referring to. But do you have a verse? And I'll look for my verse too.
Here, one of the
I
things
do
that
apologize. Let me find it for you.
here, one of the things that you said, Moke, is this right here. Assuredly I say to you that there are standing here who shall not taste death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So you
Indeed.
think he did not fulfill this?
No, because the Son of Man coming in his kingdom was supposed to be Revelations.
It's supposed to be in Revelation, the book of Revelation?
If Revelations is what I think it is, yes.
Okay, and how about this, the very next thing, Jesus' transfiguration on the mount. Jesus being displayed in his full glory.
Read the full thing?
Now after 6 days, Jesus took Peter, James, and John, his brother, led them up on a high mountain by themselves. And he was transfigured before them. His face shone like the sun, and his clothes became as white as the light. And behold, Moses and Elijah appeared to them, talking with him. Then Peter answered and said to Jesus, Lord, it is good for us to be here. If you wish, let us make 3 tabernacles, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah. While he was still speaking, behold, a bright cloud overshadowed them, and suddenly a voice came out of the cloud, saying, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Hear him. So they were greatly afraid, and then Jesus came to them and told them not to be afraid. So
I do have 2 Samuel 7 verses 12 through 6 pulled up.
All right, let me look at this. 2 Samuel.
Yeah, when your day here, this is just I'll just read it out because it'll be really fast. When your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your fathers, I will raise up your offspring after you, who shall come from your body, and I will establish his kingdom. Then it says, he shall build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son. When he commits iniquity, I will discipline him with the rod of men, with the stripes of the Son of Men. But my steadfast love will not depart from him, as I took it from Saul, whom I put away from before you. And your house and your kingdom shall be made sure forever before me. Your throne shall be established forever.
When your days are fulfilled, the rest of your days
I've added BBN to the stage as well. So
Hey, BBN, how's it going?
Hey, man.
BBN popped by my live stream, and I'm happy to, BBN, if you have any questions, I feel like I didn't answer very many of your questions.
Yeah, I got my it got cut off. Hey, Serge, I think you got something that's giving us all an echo. I would give that a check.
I'm not getting any echo at the moment.
Yeah, I'm getting echo on mine, and I can hear you guys echoing.
okay,
I was getting the echo at first, but I think it went away from me.
How about right now? Is it still there, or did it go away?
Check. Sounds good.
Sounds good. Okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I came in, and then it kept dropping, and then by the time I got back to y'all were already off there.
Yeah, it gets acrimonious, and it's a lot of people, and I'm starting to think I should try and do 1v1 or 2v2 just to keep it more controlled.
Yeah, experiment with it. It's definitely a good. What you have was pretty good too, so I would experiment with it. I like the group.
Nice, yeah.
It was a fun time. Y'all are definitely all in the meta, letting y'all do y'all's thing. So,
I think. Anyways, Jacko, are we good? Are we good with the King language at this point?
With the King language, I mean, I didn't hear an explanation as far as how he came back down as the Son of Man, specifically coming back down.
I don't think I was talking about the Son of Man. I was talking about his crucifixion being his coronation in the context of the inverted kingdom.
I don't think this quite says that he'd be the king. Is this what this was supposed to reference? Or yeah, Second
Well,
Samuel.
how about we do this? Do you have you seen you've heard the suffering servant passage of Isaiah, right? Have you heard of that?
More than likely, yeah. I
Chap-
can't remember off the top of my
chapter
head.
You want to pull that up, Serge? It's the
Chapter
easy
53.
one. 50. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you want me to read? Do you want to read?
You can read
Any
it.
verse? Okay, so
Yeah.
any specific verse you want me to start with? There's
There's
only 12
pierced.
verses.
I like the pierced line when that comes. Pierced for our iniquities.
Okay, so he despised. So let's start then.
Oh, there you go. Surely he was born our griefs. I think
Okay.
that's where.
So
And
number
carried
4.
our sorrows. Yet we esteemed him stricken, smitten by God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions. Some lines say wounded, some lines say pierced. He was bruised for our iniquities. Some people use the word striped for bruised. The chastisement for our peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed, and we like his sheep have gone astray. So in other words, this is the suffering servant passage. Not a bone was broken. He was led like a lamb for slaughter. He was afflicted, he was oppressed, yet he opened not his mouth.
Okay. I'm
Then-
confused.
Why are you confused?
As far as the relevance.
Oh, that's the suffering servant passage.
Yeah.
That he was pierced for our iniquities, bruised for our transgressions. So that's talking about the suffering of Jesus. In other words, Jesus is the suffering servant. I mean, when you read that in a vacuum, doesn't that sound like Jesus? Pierced for our transgressions?
It sounds like it could be a lot of people if we didn't add the rhetoric to it.
Who else was pierced for our transgressions?
That's what I mean as far as the rhetoric. Pierced for our transgressions. That could be, or without that part, it could be a lot of people, like being pierced, being beaten. Like,
Well, who else? But who else was pierced for our transgressions?
according to the
I'm not
Bible-
adding anything to that. That's
No,
that's
of
fine.
course.
Yeah.
According to the Bible, it would be Jesus.
Well, that was written 500 years before Jesus was born. That's from Isaiah. That's from the Old Testament.
Okay, then it could be is it supposed to be a prophecy, or is it a story telling of someone else who experienced this?
No, it's a prophecy.
Okay.
I'll tell you the Jews, the way the Jews reconcile, the Jews admit this is a prophecy.
Hmm?
Here's what really was persuasive to me, Jacko.
Okay.
Is that the Jews actually don't teach this passage. They actually censure it they don't teach it in their school system. And the Jewish liturgy goes through every verse of the Torah, and it actually skips this verse. So this is the only verse that is routinely by their liturgy skipped. It's never read out loud in the temple when you go to Jewish worship.
Okay. Oh, so that's actually I've heard of that lot.
Yeah, the way I'll tell you, the way the Jews admit that this is prophecy, though. Now, the way that they reconcile it is they say, well, this is talking about the nation of Israel. So they say this is a societal level being pierced for our transgressions. To me, it doesn't seem like that's a neutral reading of it. To me, the neutral reading is it's Jesus. The Jews will never say they don't. In other words, their reconciliation is that this refers to the nation of Israel. Their reconciliation is not, oh, this refers to a different prophet who came about at some other time point.
Oh, Jeconiah. Fuck, that's the name.
What's that?
Right. Shit. Let me look something up to reconfirm this, but I'm pretty sure that instead of David, it was Jeconiah. I may be incorrect.
Are you talking about the prophecy, the kingdom?
No. The ruining of the fuck. A major complication arose in the royal land of Jeconiah.
I don't really care personally when people use profanity, but I think it's bad for the YouTube algorithm.
Yeah, I agree, and it's just not great for the ears of viewers too.
Yeah.
What did I say that was profanity?
The F word? Twice.
Oh, yeah. I'll try and dial back my profanity, but it has to do with the ruining of the lineage of Jeconiah.
What exactly?
Let me get the chapter and verse real quick for you.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to stay on Isaiah. I think it's probably the best example.
And I also have Psalms 45, where it literally talks about Jesus as the King who will reign forever.
Yeah. I like Psalms 22 if you want to do that after that.
Yep, Psalms 20. Yes, Psalms 22 is the crucifixion and the results to follow.
Yeah, well, what I like about Psalms 22 is it has the Tola Oth in it. You know, I am a man. I am no man, but I am a worm.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
So,
And
all right.
Tola Oth
Uh,
is the worm. The worm is crimson, and it turns as white as snow in its death throes. So, in other words, it mirrors Isaiah 18, where though your sins may be crimson, they shall be as white as snow. The Tola Oth in Psalm 22 is similarly like. It in its life cycle, it actually goes from crimson to being white. It becomes white like wax, and then it flakes off like snow.
mhm. So, are you aware of who Jeconiah is?
I'm not. I don't know that I've ever heard that name, Jeconiah.
Yeah. Alrighty. So, he's one of the ancestors of Jesus, and God had cursed his lineage to not. Yeah. So I got the name wrong. It wasn't David. He had cursed his lineage to never sit on the throne.
Can you give me the verse?
Yeah. Let me get that for you. I do apologize for the time.
And
I do
while
feel like that name's. Oh, okay. Jeremiah 22:30.
Indeed.
Okay, this man Jeconiah will be like a broken pot someone threw away. He will be like a clay vessel that no one wants. Why will he and his children be forced into exile? Why will they be thrown out into a country they know nothing about? O land, land, land of Judah, listen to the Lord's message. Enroll this man in the register as though he were childless. Enroll him as a man who will not enjoy success during his lifetime, for none of his sons will succeed in occupying the throne of David or ever succeed in ruling over Judah. So it's saying no child of Jeconiah will occupy the throne of David or rule Judah.
And so when they say child, they're referring to his lineage in general, like his children's children, like. Yeah, I'm not sure about the apologetics as far as defending the Jeremiah, 22? Yeah. Yeah, no. Is BBN still here?
yeah, he's here, but he disconnected and he reconnected back again. Let me look at the.
Yeah, I'm here.
How the turns have tabled. Look at whose Wi-Fi is bad now.
Yeah, right. Jesus, dude,
Well,
that was a rough night.
And Zerubbabel was the grandson of Jeconiah, who did in fact rule.
Except they weren't supposed to. That was supposed to be a decree by God.
Well, I know,
sure,
but
anyone could sit in the throne.
I guess my point is this is a point against the Old Testament's legitimacy. It doesn't show that Jesus should not have been king.
Except it should have, because Jesus is a part of Jeconiah's lineage as well as David's. If Jeconiah's lineage was ruined, then he wouldn't have been able to. Sure, they can sit in the throne, but
Well,
they can't.
the Jewish reconciliation of this passage is that this is all stuff that will happen in the lifetime of Jeconiah, and he should be recorded as though he's childless, even though he has 3 children.
And this is, where did we find this?
I'm just reading Jeremiah 22.
Mhm.
Jeremiah 22,
30.
28 through 30. Yeah.
Yeah.
He will be like, why was thrown out in a country, no nothing. Okay, enroll this man in the register as though he were childless. He had 3 children.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Enroll him as a man who will not enjoy success during his lifetime. For none of his sons will succeed in occupying the throne of David or ever succeed in ruling over Judah. So first of all, Zerubbabel does follow him. Second of all, Jesus doesn't actually rule over Judah.
I'm not sure if it's just a translation issue, but what I'm reading is record this man as if childless, a man who will not prosper in his lifetime, for none of his offspring will prosper. None will sit in the throne of David or rule in Judah.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure.
I don't see how this disproves Jesus, though, because we know that Zerubbabel ruled and he was after Jeconiah.
Yeah, of course they can sit in the throne, but that doesn't mean that they're king. They can be king by name.
Well, if they're king by name, doesn't that, then I guess what's your problem then? Then they can be king, right?
If a kid is if you meet somebody named King, are they the king?
No, but that's not what it says here.
I'm sorry.
I guess what's your argument based on this? Because you said this is an argument against Jesus, right?
It's an argument against the lineage allowing Jesus to become king.
Yeah. So so first of all, we have the first thing that I read, which is 2 Samuel 7, right, which says that the offspring of David will one day have the everlasting throne, right?
Indeed. Apart from Jeconiah's children.
Yeah, but Jeconiah is already recorded as being childless. In other words, his descendants are all cut off.
Yeah.
So the reconciliation is he's recorded to be childless, even though he had 3 children.
And where does the next king come from?
The child of Jeconiah.
So he wasn't childless. He wasn't recorded as
he wasn't childless. He's record him as being childless. In other words, write him down as the register as though he has no children.
So the next king was one of Jeconiah's children who couldn't be king in the eyes of God.
Why could he not be king in the eyes of God?
Because that's what he had said.
No, because he's written in the register as childless.
Let me read this again. I may be just glossing right over something. This is what the Lord says. Record this man as if childless, a man who will not prosper in his lifetime, for none of his children will prosper. None will sit on the throne of David or rule anymore in Judah. So if God is saying that they won't rule or sit on the throne of David, but the next king is one of Jeconiah's children, then are they king or are they just king by name?
No, they're king, yeah. But they're no longer they're because Jeconiah is recorded as being childless.
But if it's so Jesus or no, God just doesn't know that it's one of Jeconiah's children?
No, it's that Jeconiah is being recorded as having no offspring in the register. So it's as though his children.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, but like if none of his children can become king, as said by, so is it? Explain to me how one of his children can
I'm doing research
never be allowed to be.
Yeah, I'm doing research, and it looks like that the curses were reversed, but it was not reversed for Jeconiah. In other words, his grandson Zerubbabel did succeed him as king.
What was the name?
Well, I'm just doing the research on this online.
I know, but sorry, what was the name?
Zerubbabel.
I've heard that.
Yeah, he was the grandson of Jeconiah.
Zerubbabel is when they came back to Jerusalem after it's been destroyed for 70 years. So he was basically the ruler of the city. But at the same time, if you were to look into the genealogies, there are 2. Matthew and Luke. and both genealogies are not the same too. And Matthew genealogy is believed to be the line of Joseph, and Luke is the line of Mary. And in the line of Joseph, yes, we do find Jeconiah there, but we do not find Jeconiah in the line of Mary at all. Now,
I guess the way this is reconciled is that in his days is the meaningful phrase. So in other words, Jeconiah is this prohibition against Jeconiah, this curse was only during the days of Jeconiah. It was only in his days. That doesn't seem very neat to me. I agree, but I guess that's the Jewish reconciliation of it.
but at the same time, if you were to apply this into a genealogical thing, so Jesus was born of a virgin. So officially, Jesus is not from Joseph's line, and Jeconiah is in the Joseph's line.
Sorry, you're saying a virgin, but that's not what the Hebrew says.
What do you mean it's not what the Hebrew says?
It says a young woman.
Okay.
So we're off the Jeconiah thing, right?
Okay. So
as of right now, I'm just trying to listen to what Serge is saying.
Yeah.
No, we're still on Jeconiah.
The Hebrew language is compressive and euphemistic. So a young woman, a virgin can be like.
Yeah, no. In later translations, yes.
Okay, Mog, do you believe that Jesus is Joseph's seed?
Joseph's? I don't really even. I don't believe that he existed.
Oh, you don't believe in the historical Jesus?
Not entirely, no. I mean, there's a possibility that he existed, like someone named Yeshua. Definitely a possibility that someone with that name existed, but I don't know about all the events that he was said to have lived.
No, Jesus definitely existed. There's not even a single professor of history in the United States or Canada that I could find who disagrees that Jesus was a historical figure. I mean, the governor of Galilee, within 15 years of the death of Jesus, talks about who Jesus was. And Jesus is mentioned in the Talmud. He's mentioned in the Toledo Yeshu. He's mentioned by Josephus. He's mentioned by Tacitus. There was definitely a historical Jesus.
You say definitely, meaning without a chance of it not being true?
No, there's some chance. I mean, there's always some chance, but there's not. It is a fringe opinion that Jesus never existed.
I don't think so.
Do you know how many papers have been written that negate the historical Jesus? How many academic publications in the scholarly literature?
That's a very good question. Let me look at that.
0. I'll answer right now. It's 0. Richard Carrier is probably the biggest proponent, and I don't like to platform him because of his personal indiscretions that he's come under a lot of attack for. But how many papers has Richard Carrier published?
Wait, sorry, what was that?
How many papers has Richard Carrier published? I made a whole video about this.
I'm not aware. I haven't seen your video. I will apologize.
Yeah. No, that's okay. 3. He's published 3 papers. Do any of those papers contend that Jesus did not exist as a historical figure? No, right? So Richard Carrier, the biggest proponent of the mythological Jesus, never published any actual peer-reviewed papers anywhere in the academic literature saying that the historical Jesus didn't exist. So in other words, there are publications that say that Jesus didn't exist, but they are publications that are specifically marketed and published to the lay public. Mm-hmm. In other words, there's literally not a single academic historian that I could find, at least in the US or Canada, that believes that the historical Jesus did not exist.
Yeah,
There's not a single person who disagrees with that.
I am hearing what you're saying, but as I had said, I don't believe that there was a Jesus or a Yeshua that had done all the things that he was said to have done.
Yeah, like I have no problem with a historical Jesus. I just have a problem with the mythological claims.
Yeah, okay, these are not mythological claims. You can say that they're falsehoods or they're theological embellishments. It's definitely not mythology, right? You're just saying they're false. I know that the words get conflated, but mythology is a very different issue from like ahistoricity. But anyways, here's my point: is that there was definitely a historical Jesus. We have a very large body of evidence that there was a historical Jesus,
Well,
and we have no.
here's the thing.
compelling-
Why do I don't think that I get what you're saying on that, but here's my problem with that. Then how come it's not just a fact?
What do you mean? How come it's not a fact?
It's not a fact. You can't like I can't just say, did Jesus exist? I can put that in Google. It doesn't say, yep, 100%.
I don't know what Google says. I mean, I'll look it up.
I mean, so my friend, as far as the whole mythological thing, mythology is just like
Here, I looked up.
traditional
Hold on.
stories
I
about-
looked up, did Jesus exist in ChatGPT? Yes. I'll look it up in Google. I'll say in Google,
Yeah, so
did Jesus exist?
myths are just ancient traditional stories involving gods, heroes, or supernatural events that would.
Okay, hold on. Here's the
quantify
Google
what
answer. Did Jesus exist? Yes. Jesus of Nazareth almost certainly existed as a real historical figure. That's Google.
See, no, yeah, but it says right there, almost certainly. That's not certain.
That's true. I mean, but here's the thing: in history, we can only know things within a certain margin of certainty.
Yeah, but we know people that existed from back then for sure.
No, we don't.
Well,
There's no, if you're using almost certainly existed, then there is no figure that you can point at from the era of classical antiquity who is beyond a degree of certainty as having existed.
Wait, what
Well,
about
that's
that
fine.
king that went to go hunt down Jesus, or the supposed Jesus?
Herod?
Was it Herod?
Well, I mean, I could.
when
I would
Jesus
say
was born,
King
it
Herod
was Herod.
almost certainly existed.
Oh yes, when he was born.
Yeah, it was King Herod. But look,
Oh, yeah.
but look what the Google AI overview says. So the question is: there 100% proof Jesus existed? Strictly speaking, there's no 100% proof for any single historical figure from antiquity,
Exactly.
including Jesus. However,
That's fine.
overwhelming
That doesn't really
consensus
do
among
anything.
scholar and religious historians
I
is that
agree. I
an
just think-
actual flesh
just
and
think-
blood Jewish man named Jesus of Nazareth lived in the 1st century Roman idea.
Yeah. The claim that Jesus did not exist is a fringe claim marketed to the public by books that are, that it has nothing to do with academic literature. There's nothing peer reviewed about it. It's people who are making names for themselves in atheist communities.
I'll definitely look into that. But hey, Tyler, do you ever call any of the like the big shows that do what we're doing here, like The Line or like
Yeah, I called the
Javon
line
Bradley?
once. I called the line once to talk to Paulo Gia, and he muted me.
Yeah,
And I sent him an email after that, and I said, "Why don't we just have a debate?" And he didn't respond. And then I sent him a second email a couple of months later, and I said, "Paulo Gia, like, you've made a whole video about me. You clearly care a lot about my ideas. Let's have a debate on a neutral channel." And then at that point, he blocked me.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of guys right now that are pretty big. There's Forrest Valkai. There's a lot of them out there. So I would suggest. I would love to hear you talk to them.
I'd be
about
happy
this.
to debate Forrest Valkai. My only criteria is they can't be on a channel where they get to mute me voluntarily at any point. But
So
Well,
Tavo,
I don't think Forrest would mute you. To be honest with you, I mean, you're a pretty reasonable guy.
yeah,
I mean,
Tavo.
I don't-
Another person that I do enjoy watching, who's very well educated in these sort of things. He actually has 2 degrees in it was theological studies, I think. Like he speaks Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, or can read it at the very least. It's Justin. You can find him under Deconstruction Zone.
No, I know Justin DZ. I called into his show and he also muted me, even though I was being extremely polite and very courteous. He muted me.
So
he talked.
that's where I get kind of confused because I've rarely seen him mute people unless like they're screaming at him.
Yeah, Justin, I've not seen people like I don't know. I couldn't see him muting. That's crazy. Maybe. Do you ever think
But
that maybe
there-
it's because he knows what
everyone
he's
does have
talking
a
about,
bad
and he's
day.
just maybe he's just annoyed by the thing you were saying?
Everyone does have a bad day, so I could be
I don't
wrong.
think so. Here's what he did with me. He said, "Answer this question, yes or no. Are there 3 people in the Trinity, or is there one God?" And as you know, I'm agnostic on the Trinity, right? So I don't really care. But he kept saying, "You have to answer it yes or no," right? And I was like, I don't really have a yes or no answer. I don't really care about the Trinity. I'm agnostic on this point. And then he was like, so that's when he muted me. And I was calling in to make a totally different claim. And then he said, you're going to say yes or no, or I'm going to kick you off the channel, right? You're muted right now, so you can't say anything. And I was like, okay. So he goes, okay, now is the Trinity three people, three entities, or one? And I said, he said, you know, is it three entities? Yes or no? And I said, yes. He goes, okay, then you're a polytheist. And I was like, well, I'm not, as you know, BBN, I'm not theologically committed anyway.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a professor and I'm asking theological questions. And I try to do that through an academic lens, but I was being very polite. And the issue that he had with me was that I wasn't answering his yes or no question, which was clearly a leading question. So like BBN, just to give you an example, if I say, BBN, have you stopped beating your wife yet? Right? It's a yes or no question. Answer it yes or no. Right? Then you're going to be like, no, it's a flawed question. It's a leading question. And
I understand what leading questions
Yeah.
are, but you know, the thing is, you got to remember these people do this all day, every day. You know, they're trying to like it would be. You know, I understand what you're saying. Here's what I would have did. I would have said yes, and then when he would have allowed me to talk again, and then I would say, as far as I know, a lot of Christians do go by that. I am an atheist. I wouldn't be talking to him to begin with, but you know, the thing is, I mean, I get it. It's a rough show. Like these guys are hard to deal with. Like, you know, they do this shit every single day and they're actually popular. So it's not, it's like, you know,
Yeah,
so
no,
it's,
I could
I don't
definitely
know.
see.
I did send him an email afterwards, and I was like, if you wanted to, you know, have a conversation on any neutral channel, I'd be happy to do that. I just don't want to be on it. Like, but I mean, I'll say this to you all. My criteria would be, I'll debate any of these people, and I debate people every week on my live stream. But I don't want to debate anyone who can mute me. It has to be a neutral channel.
I get it.
I'll just give you an example. I've never once muted anyone on my channel ever during any of my live streams.
Yeah, no,
So
I
I
get
could
it.
definitely see what you're saying, because like everyone does have a bad day. I wouldn't put it past Justin to like, you know, give you a leading question and then just like get annoyed if you wouldn't answer it. Like he does do this like all day. Like he starts at like 7 a.m. our time. Like
Yeah. And well, and another thing I would say, and this is more of like kind of what I was alluding to earlier when I called your show, is that like, I love, like, you know, it's gonna be slight quick tangent. Like, I like real shit. It's why, you know, when I got into martial, there's a lot of what we call bushido in the martial arts world. A lot of people, yeah, there's a lot of selling snake oil, you know. So I've gotten really good at recognizing bullshit. Plus, you know, like this thing is, it's all about like what you can do, what you can prove. I could prove to you this, you know, I can show you this art is good because it works and it actually works. And that's why we figured out like what martial arts are good, what martial arts are bad, what does it even mean to strike, you know, so forth. But my point to that is that at the end of the day, these guys are looking for real evidence. They're not looking for the same bullshit that everyone said 100 times. And I think they just get annoyed by hearing that.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that, but I mean, again, and there were even people in the comments saying he seems like he's being really rude to this guy, meaning that Justin was being very rude to me.
Maybe he was being rude. I'm not
maybe I
putting
just thought
past
him
him
on a
by
bad
that.
day. Yeah. But I mean, I emailed Paulo Gia too, and I said, "Listen, I will debate you on the minimal witnesses argument, and it's your argument, it's your framework. You came up with it. I'm debating on your ground, and I'll debate you anywhere, anytime, on any channel." I said it more politely than this, but I did say, "Let's have a conversation about it, and on any neutral channel of your picking." And I don't care. I won't get any money from it. All the money can go to you or to the channel that we're on. Like I didn't say it like that. I'm being kind of glib in the way I'm phrasing it. But but I honestly think that these people are not into having a conversation unless they control the terms.
I mean, I get what you're saying to a certain extent. I mean, but I mean, like that's the format that they're under. Honestly, at the end of the day, it's not a, you know, it's like, so that's the point. That's why it's kind of frustrating because like, it's like if it's like, you know, I like your stuff. You know, don't get me wrong, it's thoughtful and shit. You know, I don't know enough about the theology. Like, you know, I don't believe in these gods. Like the book and the that stuff doesn't matter. You got to be able to prove like the wonderment to me, not using like some. So that's another level, you know. But my point being here is like the thing is, sorry, I'm choking on my own spit. So, but is like where I'm getting is it's like they want something real, and every time I'm not saying yours is this bad, but people call and they're like, well, have you looked at the trees? You think the trees, it's like they say the same old tired shit. And it's just like, and at the end of the day, it doesn't even prove, none of this stuff proves anything. I mean, at the end of the day, we're being very masturbatory. I'll be honest with you. Like, well, I like having these discussions and debate, but we're not, like if we have well, first of all, I'm not trying to prove anything. Like, but if you guys had real evidence of whatever this stuff, it would change the world. You know what I mean? Like, so that's what they're looking for. And I get why it's frustrating.
But what is that real evidence? This is my biggest question. What is that real evidence that y'all are looking for? Name me.
It would change the world.
Well, what are you looking for?
I mean,
you said you're looking for real evidence.
Jesus bringing about revelations, as said in like Daniel 7. The thing that he was supposed to do before the people that were watching him died.
Well, we've skipped around to a lot of verses, and I feel like we keep like.
Oh yeah, no. So this was actually a part of like one of my 2 originals. So Jesus, he said that he would come back down as the Son of Man.
Daniel 7.
So Daniel 7 was supposed to be like the whole like preaching about like revelations or whatever. I believe it was Daniel 7. Don't quote me. But Jesus was supposed to come back down as the Son of Man. He was supposed to bring his kingdom down. All of the people were supposed to weep, things like that.
Well,
Revelations.
But I mean, can you give me like a specific thing that you're talking about? Like, what's a specific verse that we can look at?
I apologize. Let me show you. So, as far as like what we were talking about earlier, I think it was Matthew 16. I think that was supposed to be the one where he said that. Oh yeah, truly I tell you, some of you who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. This was supposed to reference him coming down and bringing his kingdom to earth.
Well, but see, where I think you're talking about Matthew 16 verse 32. Let me see if I can find it though.
Yeah,
Matthew.
All right. I think I already know where the disconnect is.
Okay, yeah, here, Matthew 16:28.
Yeah,
Truly
28.
I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Okay, all right. So why is the Son of Man coming in his kingdom not the resurrection itself?
Because the Son of Man is referring to Jesus taking God's throne and then coming down to earth.
Wait a second. Where do you read that here? It says, "Truly I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom."
Because he was supposed to come down in his kingdom, which is a reference to Revelations.
But I mean, I'm reading this phrase. So you're saying there's a different verse that I have to go to, a different passage?
Please just give me a moment to find it. But you are aware of what Revelations entails, right?
Are you talking about?
I've read the book of Revelations. It's a little too metaphorical for me to like really be able to argue any pros or cons about it.
You're aware that heaven is supposed to come down to earth. Jesus' kingdom is supposed to come down to earth.
So are you saying that this verse refers to his second coming on the last day?
What was that? Oh yeah.
I guess my point is this: if I'm reading this,
or I guess it would be third coming.
All right. Well, look, if I'm reading this verse neutrally in isolation, truly I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Okay. If I read this verse in isolation through a neutral reading, I don't know what the referent is if it's not the resurrection itself. In other words, why is
the resurrection itself? But that would be not isolated.
How do you know the referent here is something that is the heavens coming down?
Because that is what it means, or that's what it's said to mean by coming in his kingdom.
But then you have to give me like a different verse to look at then, because to me, when I neutrally, from a neutral scholarly lens, truly I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the kind of Son of Man coming in his kingdom. That I don't see a violation here. In other words, the referent here could be just the coronation of Jesus on the cross. That is the inverted kingdom. The king becoming the sufferer, the highest king becoming the lowliest servant.
Does it not say anything either direction that would clear that up?
It might, but it might say it later. But I mean, here then Jesus said to his disciples, "Whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it." That's inverted kingdom. Whoever loses their life for me will find it. Again, inverted kingdom. What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? Or what can anyone give in exchange for their soul? For the Son of Man is going to come in his Father's glory with his angels, and then he will reward each person according to what they have done. Truly I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And then the very next phrase, by the way, which is N.T. Wright's reconciliation of this, the very next thing is the transfiguration, which happens in chapter 17. So N.T. Wright argues, I don't know that I buy this argument, but it's his argument. N.T. Wright argues that the Son of Man coming in his kingdom is a referent to the transfiguration of Jesus on Mount Tabor by Moses and Elijah. Anyways, anyways, Jacko, when I read this, I don't see anything here that disqualifies Jesus from being the Son of Man coming in the kingdom or whatever.
I mean, so you're saying that, or sorry, are you saying that him coming in his kingdom is him being crucified?
I'm saying N.T. Wright argues that the referent for
No,
this.
I'm asking what you say.
I don't know, honestly. I mean, to me, when a neutral scholarly reading, the first thing that I think of when I read that is a neutral scholarly reading is probably talking about the resurrection. But N.T. Wright makes the argument that it's talking about the transfiguration, which is the very next sentence.
The very next sentence at the beginning of chapter 17?
Yeah, exactly. The chapter 17 starts off with the transfiguration story, right?
After 6 days, Jesus took with him Peter, James, and John, the brother of James, and led him up to the high mountains by themselves. There he was, transfigured before them. His face shone like the sun, and his clothes became as white as the light. Just then there appeared before them Moses and Elijah talking with Jesus. Peter said to Jesus, "Lord, it is good for us to be here. I hate being dyslexic. Oh my gosh. I wish I will put up 3 shelters, one for you, one for Moses, one for Elijah."
I don't know that we have to read all of chapter 17. The point is,
I'm just confused as to what about this? It's supposed to show the Son of Man.
Yeah. The point is that N.T. Wright argues that the Son of Man coming in his kingdom is the transfiguration. When I read that, to me, it's the resurrection. If you're saying it's something else, right? So my point is, this is only a disqualifier if the referent is clarified, which it never is.
So according to the person that you're reading, in what way is the transfiguration supposed to be the showing of the Son of Man in his kingdom?
Again, that's N.T. Wright's argument, so I don't know that it's mine. My neutral reading, looking at
what would be his argument?
I share
his argument is the Son of Man coming in the clouds is the illumination of Jesus in the transfiguration moment next to the angels of God in the form of Moses and Elijah.
Mm-hmm. So that's supposed to be the coming of man in the clouds?
That's the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Mm-hmm. And where is the kingdom?
It's the kingdom of God.
So he brought them up to heaven, or just brought them up to a mountain?
He brings his disciples up to a mountain, and then he appears, by the light of God with Moses and Elijah in the transfiguration.
So at what point does he reveal to them heaven?
It's probably according to N.T. Wright, it's chapter 17, verse 5. While he was still speaking, a bright cloud covered them, and a voice from the cloud said, "This is my son whom I love. With him I am well pleased. Listen to him." That's Jesus.
So that's not him coming. So pause. That's not wrong. So that's not the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. That's yeah, exactly. That's the kingdom coming to the Son of Man.
At the very least, Jacko, I think here's the problem. At the very least, I don't think you have a clear litmus test because the referent is at the very least, the referent here is ambiguous.
Ambiguous, except we have revelation. I apologize. I am still looking for this verse. Jesus and so shoot.
I've looked into this. I don't think you're gonna find anything here. I think this is people sort of look at this and they say the referent is ambiguous. I think that's honestly like as neutral a reading as I can have from this. I could see somebody saying that's not dramatic enough for me, and I could see other people saying it's the transfiguration. I could see other people saying it's the resurrection. I don't know which one it is. I think it's at least ambiguous. I think if you're saying my argument against Jesus is this, then it's a tenuous argument without anything that very clearly says here is the referent.
Alrighty.
And there's
Let's look
nothing
at-
really fine. I know you look for it.
Let's look at Revelations 1, the revelations from Jesus Christ, which God gave him to show his servants what must soon take place. Down to verse 4, John, to the 7 churches in his providence of Asia, grace and peace to you from him who is and who was and who is to come. And words are hard. Oh my gosh. And from
I think you're Revelations 1, 7.
Revelations 1, 7.
Look, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, even those who pierced him, and all peoples on earth will mourn because of him. So shall it be. Amen. But this to me is talking about a future event. This is Revelation, so this is long after the crucifixion.
Is this not referring to the Son of Man?
Well, it's
I don't know. I just read it for you.
He's coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him. It's different. It's a different even description of the event than in Matthew 16.
Yeah, I think this is a totally different event.
16:28. In 16:28 says, "Assuredly, I say to you, there are some standing here who shall not taste death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." So he's not really coming in the clouds here. He's just coming in the glory of his Father and his angels.
In the transfiguration, he comes in the clouds because there's a cloud that surrounds him, and there's a light in the cloud, and the light is God's voice, and he comes next to Moses and Elijah. But here he says, Revelations 1:7 is clearly future prophecy, and this is written long after the resurrection. So this is long after.
Yeah, this was supposed to be. This was supposed to be what Jesus was said to is supposed to do, as far as the Son of Man.
Well, this is John prophesizing about what Jesus is going to do next, right? But this is already written down. This is like coming to John, right? John wrote the Revelations, right? And we're talking about 65 years after the death of Jesus. So I don't think you can use this to clarify the referent in Matthew 16. In other words, this, if anything, this just increases the ambiguity, and this is definitely like a future prediction.
And look, every eye will see him is the proof that it's a different event, because in Matthew 16:28, there are some standing here who shall not taste death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So the event in Revelation, everybody will see. The event in Matthew, some that are standing here will see. So it's a whole different event.
So the Son of Man isn't supposed to be, a figure that's supposed to come on the clouds, and receive everlasting dominion.
Well, I think he comes in the future on the clouds, but this is clearly a future prophecy. This has nothing to do with the resurrection, and this is decades after the death of Jesus.
And what was it that Jesus had said?
All right, so Jesus says, going back to Matthew, Jesus
that most of you shall not taste death.
Yeah, Jesus says, "Truly I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." So I don't think that's the same thing as Revelations. That's just my own personal.
So let's see. We have a prophecy that is at best unclear. I
don't know if I would say the prophecy is unclear. I would say that the referent here is ambiguous. That's a different argument. In other words, if I'm going to say Jesus didn't do the thing that I expected that he was supposed to do, then I need more wording written before the death of Jesus, right? That in terms of what he's supposed to do. And here I don't have clearer wording. In other words, I don't see Matthew 16:28 saying, "Okay, here's what's going on. I'm going to come in the clouds. Everyone's going to see it in earth," right? If he said that, like, then I'd be like, oh, okay, all right. So he didn't do what he said he was going to do.
So I'm
You know,
not sure if
even
that was
Bart
supposed to be an
Ehrman.
attempt at semantics or because saying that the prophecy was unclear or ambiguous.
I don't think I'm playing
That sounds
semantics.
pretty.
I don't think I'm
That,
playing
that
semantics.
sounds pretty synonymous.
Look, I got a quick question. What are you connecting the two events? What verbiage are you using to connect the two events? The Son of Man and coming? That's it? And his kingdom? Those are the three events?
So, yeah. So the connection that I'm making is between you will see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Why is your reading better than my reading and better than NT Wright's reading? In other words, why is it more justified?
I've been asking the exact same question, my brother.
Okay, yeah.
Because multiple people have asked multiple people the exact same question because their understanding is revelations.
Okay, why do you think that it's the same event? Because of those four phrases, can the Son of Man come in his kingdom only one time? Like, let's say, can he not come in be revealed in his kingdom
in general,
when he is walking on earth?
I think in general, the Son of Man should get curtains so we don't see him coming in his kingdom. But yeah, no. So the reason that I think that is connected
come
to
on. I get it. It just took me a second.
Sorry.
Look, the point is that you're making a
Giggity.
claim. You're making a claim here. That claim has to be justified on, look, this
No,
is.
no. I was just about to say
glory.
why it is that I think that this is. Because I haven't seen anything else as far as him coming in his kingdom. That's actually him coming in his kingdom.
But I just gave you like
the very next chapter and verse. But that's not him coming in his kingdom. That's Jesus taking Peter and James up to a mountain and seeing Moses
and like I
Elijah.
said, I think he's talking about the resurrection here.
Okay, so you think that transfiguration eliminates him coming in his kingdom, even though he comes, he displays his glory, his Father's glory, and the voice comes from the cloud stating, listen to him, like commending people to listen to Jesus Christ.
So that's
in other words,
that,
it points to him having full authority. And
so Serge, that's
in
not
full
exactly
glory
why
as well.
I think that Matthew 17 verse 1 through what was it, like 7, is not exactly him coming as the Son of Man in his kingdom. It's because he only revealed it to 2 or 3 people when he said to those or whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves.
You're making an affirmative claim here, and you're not providing the justification for the claim. Like, you're the one making the claim.
I've been interrupted and asked questions.
I'm sorry, but look, in Matthew 28, he explicitly says that there are some standing here, some, and the revelation events, all will see. So he says that some,
the whole world.
Yes, but in Matthew 28, he says that some will see.
Some
and then
here will not taste death.
Yes.
Meaning some of the people that he's talking to right there and then.
So there's only few people.
About the whole world.
Exactly, and that's what I'm pointing to. That it's two different events. Because in Matthew 28, only few are supposed to see him. Only few that are standing there. But in Revelation, everybody's gonna see. It's two different events.
So those some who were there with them, all of that group saw him on the mountain?
No, well, Peter, James, and John was probably those some.
And you think that Peter, James, and John were the only ones who, followed like what he had just said? Took up the cross?
Yeah, that's what they did too. I mean, they spread the Christianity.
That they were the only ones.
No, they were not the only ones. But the thing is, he's talking about some.
Yeah, but you're saying that because those few people did what he said to do, that it couldn't be the rest of the world that sees the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
It's not that those people, that took up the cross. It is that too, but the thing is, in 28, there's going to be only few witnesses of this event that he's talking about. Only few witnesses. That's what I'm trying to say. But in
And those few
Revelation
witnesses
events,
are those
there's
four
going to
people?
be all. There's going to be all eyes. So everybody will see. It's two different events.
So in that first event, or when Jesus was speaking to them, it was only those four people who followed what he had just said to do.
He chose those to see. Yes, the Transfiguration event. That's some standing here.
So truly, I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Okay, and then some people saw the Transfiguration.
So I'm just genuinely curious. What do you think the Son of Man is supposed to do?
The Son of Man reference is the reference that Jesus used towards himself when he was walking on earth, and then when he was in glorified.
So I'm not asking you what the Son of Man is. I'm asking you what he's supposed to do.
Coming in his kingdom. Basically, he's going to be revealing his kingdom.
Very, very close. What is the Son of Man supposed to do?
Coming in his kingdom.
I'm not specifically talking about this verse. What is the Son of Man is supposed to make humanity submit? He's supposed to reign over humanity.
Where does it say that? Like, I feel like you're inserting.
So it says it in a few different prophecies. I don't know them all off the top of my head. One of them is where they say some king had a dream, and the person who translated the dream for him said that his power will or the person who was prophesized, their power will go across the world. The other portion being, what was it?
Okay,
I swear I'm not trying to curse.
Hey, Serge.
Yeah.
Would you be okay if, like, I should probably get off pretty soon, but would you be okay if, like I said, BBN can ask me a few questions?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll pull up the Daniel reference while they talk.
And keep looking for like a source, Moke, because I'm happy to like be corrected. Like I'm not theologically committed, so you can prove me wrong. But BBN,
So,
I think
what exactly are you looking for?
Me?
No, Tarbo. Like, as far as like a source, like as to what the grant said.
Hold on, I gotta go, guys. Hold on. Or I'll mute myself for a second. I'm gonna mute myself. Hey, number one, how's it going?
He didn't mute himself.
Let me mute him. Since he's on the phone. Okay, so Daniel
That boy likes to party. You heard that ringtone.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has their own style.
Tavo be doing freaking Molly and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard that ringtone. I know what's up.
Even professors like to dance around too.
I bet they do.
Of course, why not? I mean, it's fun, right? Okay, so this is the reference for the Son of Man from Daniel. So I was watching in the visions, so it's Daniel chapter 7, verse 13. I was watching in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. He came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. Then to him was given dominion and glory and kingdom, that all peoples, nations, languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away, and his kingdom the one which shall not be destroyed. Okay.
Hey, if Tavo tries to come back, are we going to be able to hear him?
Okay, he muted himself. Let me unmute him. Okay, he's unmuted on my end.
All right, cool.
Okay. Okay, so Moke, what are you trying to point to from this passage?
What was I getting at? I swear I'm not trying to curse. But as far as like Jesus saying that he will that those some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming on his kingdom, or coming in his kingdom. The reason that I think that this is referring to Revelations is because of verses like that saying that Jesus, or the Son of Man, is supposed to bring them, or like do all these things, such as revelations, like bring about the last day.
Okay, let me show you one interesting passage that just came to my mind.
Mhm.
Let me just put up real quick. It's going to be somewhere in the Gospels. Okay, it's actually in the Book of Acts. 1:19. Okay, so he is coming. So he was coming on the clouds to the Ancient of
All right, I'm
Days,
back.
and the king. So he was coming in the clouds to the Ancient of Days, and the kingdom was given to
Sorry,
Jesus.
I just gotten back. Could you restart what you were just saying?
Yeah, so according to Daniel, he came on the clouds of heaven to the Ancient of Days, and he received the kingdom, right? That's what we just read.
As far as the prophecy, yes,
Okay.
which is future tense.
Yeah, was it right here? Okay, so check this out. So this is Acts chapter 1, verse 9. Now, when he had spoken these things while they watched, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. And while they looked steadfastly towards heaven, he went up. Behold, two men stood by him in the white apparel, who also said, Men of Galilee, why do you stand gazing into heaven? The same Jesus who was taken up from you into heaven will so come in like manner as you saw him go into heaven. So he went to heaven pretty much on the clouds of heaven. And on those clouds of heaven, he came to the Ancient of Days and received the kingdom.
So he received the kingdom. Did he come back down?
Well, just by witnessing the Son of Man riding the clouds, it already.
That doesn't fulfill. That itself doesn't fulfill the prophecy.
Why not?
Because he didn't come down as the Son of Man. He didn't come as the Son of Man.
Let me show you. Let me show you one more passage. Okay, one more passage. So Revelation, I think, is chapter 5. Revelation chapter 5, I think. Okay, so the Lamb takes the scroll. So this is what happens after Jesus enters into heaven. And I saw in the right hand of him who sat. So basically, there was a scroll. Let me just see it. So the scroll, and no one was worthy to open the scroll. And John wept much. And okay, so I wept much because no one was found worthy to open and read the scroll or to look at it. But one of the elders said to me, "Do not
Sorry,
weep."
which line is this?
This is Revelation chapter 5, starting from verse 4.
Verse 4, okay.
So I'm on verse 5. But one of the elders said to me, "Do not weep. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has prevailed to open the scroll and to loosen the 7 seals." And I looked, and behold, in the midst of the throne and of the 4 living creatures, and in the midst of the elders, stood a lamb as though it had been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God, sent into all the earth. Then he came and took the scroll out of the right hand of him who had sat on the throne. Now, when he had taken the scrolls, the 4 living creatures and the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, each having a harp and a golden bowl full of incense, which are the prayers of the saints. And they sang a new song. This is the song that they sang, that Jesus redeemed all the people. Then I looked, and I heard the voice of many angels around the throne and the living creatures and the elders, and the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000, and they were saying, "Worthy is the Lamb who was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing." And every creature which is in heaven and on earth and under earth, and saying such in the sea, blessing and honor and glory and power to him who sits on the throne and to the Lamb forever and ever. Then the 4 living creatures said, Amen, and the 24 elders fell down and worshipped him who lives forever and ever. But right here it says where then he came and took the scroll out of the hand of him who sat on the throne. And after he took the scroll, basically we see how the kingdom is given. He's pronounced the King of Kings by all angelic hosts and everything else.
No, is this past tense or future tense?
This is after, I believe that this is after resurrection, after his ascension.
After his ascension?
When he has ascended, this is what happened in heaven.
Okay, so when does he come back down? When does he come back down as the King of Kings, Son of Man?
He was as the Son of Man. He is the Son of Man all the time.
Yeah.
Not
so
just
when
in
does
the
he come
future.
back down as the King of Kings, as the Son of Man? When does he reveal himself in his kingdom?
The second coming before 1,000-year reign is going to be in the future.
So we haven't been around for 1,000 years after he has passed?
No, but this is another. Hold on a second. Are you which event are you talking about? Are we still on Matthew 7?
After his
16?
ascension. After his ascension, it hasn't been 1,000 years since then.
So far, it's been over 2,000 years.
Okay. So if this was supposed to happen 1,000 years afterwards, what's going on?
No, dude, you're combining two different events into one, and because of that, you're mixed up. Matthew.
So again, if he's supposed to come back down after 1,000 years, why hasn't he?
He's gonna come. So when he comes back the second time, that's when he will establish 1,000-year reign, earthly reign here on earth. When he comes back the second time.
Okay, so you're saying when he comes back a second time?
Yes, when he comes back the second time on the last day.
When was he supposed to come back down the second time?
He will establish 1,000-year rule and reign here on earth. Yes.
Okay, so again, when was he supposed to establish his kingdom here? When was he supposed to come with his kingdom?
The event in Revelation 1:7 is the end times event. And in the end times, all will see him. All will see him.
Mm-hmm.
The event in Matthew 16.
Yeah, we've been over this.
Is not the last days event.
So were there only 4 people who followed what Jesus had said?
Saw the event that is different than Revelation 1:7.
So since you wanted to mention Matthew again, out of all the people who would have followed what Jesus had said in Matthew, what was it again? 16? Was it Matthew 16 or 18?
16:28.
Okay, so again, in Matthew 16:28, and the few verses before then, where he said to do this, and those who do, they will live, and those who don't, or those who choose. Words are hard. Let me just bring it up the verse in front of myself again. But I do believe that you might have it in front of you.
Yes, I do.
16. So the 2 verses before then, or no, the 4 verses before then, then Jesus said to his disciples, whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me. For those who want to save their lives will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me will find it. What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? So those who did as Jesus recommended, that being to pick up their cross and deny themselves, how many do you think that was? Because it wasn't 4.
Okay, even if there's 1,000 of them in that crowd, Then what's the
Okay,
point?
but there was only 4 people who went up to the mountain with him, so they didn't see the coming of man.
Okay. According to verse 28, I'll read it slowly. Assuredly I say to you, there are some standing here who shall not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. How many some?
Some can be a very large numerical number.
Or can it be very small number too, like 3 people?
Yes, it can.
Okay. Okay, so why do you have
So do
issue
you
with
think
this one?
that everyone else who followed what he had said tasted death before?
He's talking about a specific event in Matthew 16:28, and he said that only some of you amongst this big crowd, only some of you will witness this specific event. But the last days
So
events,
you're adding a
everybody
word.
is.
So you're adding a word there that will make it seem smaller than it is. I tell you, I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death. Not only some who are.
Okay. There are some standing here. In my mind, just this phrase alone, there are some standing here, is not a big number.
Okay.
In my mind, just by default. Is it a huge number in your mind?
What does the number have to do with it?
Because he's trying to say that the 4 people that went up to the mountain to see the angels of, who was it again? Moses and Elijah. It's only supposed to be 4, not, the whole world, as seen in as said in Revelations.
Yeah, because it's two different
When
events.
when the the whole point of the Son of Man is him coming down in his kingdom to make his kingdom on earth.
Well, he's manifesting his kingdom while he is in flesh. And then he's given the kingdom when he enters heaven. And then
So,
at the second coming, he's actually going to be establishing his kingdom on earth. Even though it is already here on earth, but it's in the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, it's coming at the second coming.
I am truly curious as to what I can say to make you see what I'm seeing, but let me try this.
Okay.
If Revelation is supposed to be Jesus coming down and making his kingdom, or building his kingdom here on earth, or bringing his kingdom to earth, and Jesus says that some of you will not die, or will not taste death, as he said, before you see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, what makes you think that it would not be that, Revelations?
Because of the difference in details of the event. One of the major differences is some versus all.
So Jesus is never vague.
Well, in some things we can
And
understand.
it's
Some things.
it's not even the difference between some and all. He's saying that some of you will not taste death.
Okay.
People die. It's natural.
Yes, I know, but bro, again, it's not the same event. If it would be the same event, I would 100% agree with you, but it's not.
So you're saying that it's not.
Yes, because this
So
event in
I've
Matthew
given
16:28
my
only
justification. I've given my justification as to, like, the verses that make me think that it is speaking about Revelations. What makes you think that it isn't speaking about Revelations?
Yeah, I'm telling you. The first thing is the amount of witnesses. So the amount of witnesses in the Revelation event, all will witness. Now in Matthew 16:28 event, only some will witness.
No,
So,
that's not what it's saying.
Okay, there are some standing. Not
There
only
are some
some, sure.
alive before
Well,
they
there are
witness.
some standing here that will witness. So in Matthew 16:28, some of the people that are standing there will be witnessing that event. Now
Sure.
the second
So
thing.
here-
Now the second thing.
May I just critique this little thing real quick?
Okay.
So let me just do a little thought experiment. If you see a car crash or no, a bus crash, and only some of them survive, are they the only ones who witnessed it?
Only some of them survived.
Yes.
Are they
Are they
the?
the only people who could have witnessed it?
No, all the people on the bus witnessed it, and
No, are the
bystanders
people
witnessed
on
it.
the bus the only people who could have witnessed it?
Bystanders could have witnessed it too.
So you see what I'm saying?
Not really. I don't really see how how is this
So,
applicable.
all right, so let me connect this real quick. If Jesus is saying that some people who are standing before him will die, but those who don't, they will, but will die before they see the coming of man in his kingdom. Wait, let me get it word for word because I feel like that was a bit inaccurate. So if some of them,
Truly I tell
if some
you,
of the
some
people
who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, so that some of them will not die before the Son of Man comes. It's not saying that only those people who don't die will see it. It's saying that they will die before the Son of Man comes.
Okay, but okay. Do you think that the kingdom of God is the kingdom of the Son of Man, the kingdom of Jesus?
The kingdom of the Son of Man, so Jesus, is when Jesus takes God's kingdom. So yes, it is the same, but it's under different rule.
That to me it implies that it ought to be the resurrection.
In what way?
Because that's the coronation in the resurrection is the inverted kingdom. That's the coronation of the inverted kingdom, where the lowliest servant becomes the highest king becomes the lowliest servant.
So Jesus is coming down into his own kingdom that he was already in.
His reign is essentially beginning.
Would you mind explaining?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but I feel like I've already said all this stuff.
Yeah,
About the inverted.
you've explained the inverted coronation, but so you said that him sacrificing himself for our sins was the essentially his coronation as king.
Well, I don't believe that
spiritually.
Jesus really sacrificed himself. Like, I mean, English is a
Oh yeah,
compressive language, but
yeah,
like
no,
my
not at all.
personal belief is that humans killed Jesus. You know, that's different than Jesus saying, "I'm going to like get up here and stab myself in front of everybody." Like, I think that you have to like our language doesn't parse that out well, but I don't think Jesus sacrificed himself in the same way that he like killed himself, right? We killed Jesus. Humans killed Jesus. It's not like Jesus was like, "Good job, you guys are doing what I want you to do. I want you to all kill me." Like God didn't command anyone to kill Jesus.
Not to get too far off topic, but do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, or are you religious? That's what I mean.
I'm theologically not committed.
Meaning that you don't subscribe to anyone.
Meaning I have sort of a
mono or
calibrated degree of uncertainty and some epistemic humility. Let me put it to you this way. I think there's about a 50% chance or 55% chance that there's a God. Okay.
Why 55?
Because it's an appeal to meaningless statistics, which happens often in human language. But I think, but the point is to contrast that with the next thing that I'm going to say, which is that I'm quite certain that if there is any religion that's true, that it's Christianity. In other words, if there's any theology that has which theology, if you ask me which theology has the strongest evidence basis, I would say it's a theology based on Jesus.
By the way, I added Professor Chimp to our conversation as well. Professor Chimp, if you have any thoughts, you're welcome to pinch in too.
What's your standpoint, Professor Chimp? What's your background?
I think he needs to be unmuted.
Yeah, he muted himself, but it's probably gonna.
Ooh.
I think he hears us because he's doing something.
That's an interesting name. I'm anxious to see what he's gonna say. That could go like.
I don't mean to sound horrible, but what if it's Jovan?
Yeah, dude, that'd be hilarious. That sounds like something he'd do. But no, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like just some guy trolling.
Wait,
You know,
Were you watching his live or Justin's live? What? Yeah, I think it was Justin and Jimmy. When Jovan called in with a voice changer and started trolling them.
I've seen a clip of that, like, but I haven't watched that whole thing. No,
Oh, it's so
I
good.
thought that was funny though. But yeah, I don't know if guys have noticed this, but like in the more, like, I don't even know how to describe it, but that dude who just got sent to jail, who like his whole deal was like showing, like going to, he actually in Nashville, not far from where I live. He would just like say stuff about black people, call him the N word, and show his gun. You guys know who I'm talking about?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that like
what's his name again?
it's like Chud or something like that. Chud the body or something silly. I can't
Chud the
remember.
Builder.
I don't remember his name. I gotta look it up now because
I think it's Chud the Builder.
Yeah, something weird. But
Chud the
like,
Builder.
Yeah.
Chud the Builder. Yeah.
no, he's going to prison for the rest of his life, which he should. But yeah,
I don't know what he did, but yeah.
oh no, he just did one. He just did the same thing he's always done. But he was harassing a black dude who was had PTSD, and the guy was like, "Leave me alone," and he wouldn't leave him alone. And then he kind of like had like a break, and he tried to attack him. He shot like 7 times. He shot the guy, I think 3 times. He shot himself once. Yeah, he's going. The guy is alive, luckily, but he is going to prison for a very long time. He's already there waiting trial, but
Dang,
he's
so
going.
he's just all around bad with firearms.
Yeah,
He
right.
couldn't
Yeah.
finish the job and he shot himself.
Yeah, right. But the thing is, the word look, dude. I grew up in the South. I've heard racist shit my whole life. I have not. I've heard this word that Professor goes by here. I've heard that word described, in a racial tone, but like it's not new. But the way that like the media and like some of these influencers just saying things like chimping out like out loud like it's nothing is insane. Like,
So yeah.
Yeah, that's a term that's really hateful and
Like I
it's
can definitely
insane.
I can see how it is hateful in majority of situations, but I can also see how it can just be like this dude's getting irrationally angry regardless
Yeah,
of race.
sure, for sure.
But
I know, yeah,
it
no,
definitely
yeah, but that's not.
does.
We know that's not
Yeah.
what they're doing.
Yeah,
Okay.
like
It's like,
Hey,
I've
just-
heard Ian. I don't know if you know who that is. I've heard him.
Yeah, I know
say
Ian.
it yeah.
okay, right. Just a quick question. Okay, so what if the people would be saying, and people are aping out? Would that be offensive?
If it would be the same thing.
But
Yeah, so
If they're
Even
using
though-
it clearly
okay.
in a racist towards a
Like-
black person.
like I'm assuming that you're going as far as like we are technically great apes,
Yeah,
but
doesn't matter
it's
So
still the negative
doesn't matter.
connotation
why is it
around it.
why is it
because-
offensive? Why is it hateful?
Because historically the way that we've compared that race of people to like that animal people in a term, it's well known that that's what that means.
Yeah, sure, but it could be applicable to white, black, green, everybody, right?
Yeah, true. We are considered great apes, but it's the negative
Yeah.
connotation around it.
And
Within
here's the
certain
thing: even
context.
if they did it towards someone who wasn't a white guy, would still be, if they were just, whatever. It doesn't matter. It can be racist that way too. It doesn't. It's not. But in these particular terms, we know what they're doing
And
because they're
sir,
only doing it to black people.
to justify what BBN had just said, as far as like it being like just can be just as offensive to white people. White people do share more features with chimps than black people, whether it's the hairiness, the pale skin. Like it was literally a term used to dehumanize black people that was factually, not very accurate. It was just because they were seen as more primitive.
Dude,
I mean, you're citing really racist stuff like Nazi Germany, racist stuff, like really horrific.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Yeah, it is what it is. That's exact. I mean, it's not that. I mean, the thing is that, but the weirdness is that, like, the way it's being done with some of these, I guess, conservative, whatever you want to call them, influences. There's a girl who does it every day. She like shows a video and she says it, and you're just like, what the hell is going on?
Not gonna lie, even though I am biracial, black and white, I wouldn't be opposed to race play.
Well, I don't think I want it.
You know.
Okay, all right, then I don't want to know.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, do what you want. Like, and at the end of the day, at the end of the day, it's like, I, they have the right to say whatever they want. I don't think someone should be like, I don't think that guy should have been arrested for saying those words. Like, but that's not what he's arrested for. He's arrested for
Yeah.
trying to murder someone for no reason. Um, and so yeah, but you know, it's like, but it's still just wild that they're just saying it like it's nothing, and it's like, good lord. I mean,
I would
what do
like
you do with that?
I would like to add something onto what BBN, what you had just said. So I don't think that they should be arrested for saying what they say. I also don't think that people should be arrested for putting people like that in their place.
Well, as long as it's not physical violence, yeah, sure. I mean,
I would
like,
disagree as long as it's not murder.
well, you can't
Like
just
killing.
beat people up. We can't have a society where people are just allowed to beat people up. Look, I agree. I would feel good to beat that person up, but like,
I
it
agree
just,
on so many different cases, like to a variety of different cases. Like, sure, beating them blue and purple, bad. Putting belt to butt, okay.
you know, I think we should just ostracize it. We should just make
I
it like you can't do that. You know,
I hard
like,
agree with you, BBN. Like I don't think you should just start justifying violence. I mean, why
you know,
go
I
down
get
that
the
road?
feeling. I get the feeling, dude. Trust me, I'm a martial artist. There's nothing like, and I'm good at it. Like, I'm not great. I'm good. Not great by any means, but good enough to do it well. And but that's not like, it's just not. It just doesn't mean it, because if it would always be might makes right, and it's like, I understand the feeling. The feeling is 100% justified, and like, but it's like we just can't do it. It doesn't work.
I mean, I do see what you're saying. Not to get on a different topic, so I'll just leave it alone.
Yeah, no.
BBN, do you like when people are controlling your language?
What do you mean?
Well, let's say when people are telling you not to say certain words.
It depends on the reason you're telling me not to say those words.
Well, because they're, let's say, inappropriate.
Well, what does that mean, though? Like,
Let's
like,
say do not use the swear words, the cursing words, because it's generally speaking inappropriate.
well, I don't adhere to that it's not appropriate.
If I'm like in a church or around children, yeah, sure, I won't swear. But if
Yeah,
it's
I
just
get.
like
Yeah,
if it's just like don't swear because we're walking outside and people might hear you, I might just say F you, I'm gonna say what I want to say.
yeah. I mean, I think if it really like I understand to be very like cautious around, you know, like people's like, you know, children, because not because I agree. I think there's children. I think you should raise your child to like not understand the words are words in that scenario. Don't. But I can't tell you how to raise your child, so I understand why you won't want me to say that out loud. I can get something to a certain extent to that. Sure. If you say don't say these words because, you know, I won't make money on my YouTube channel, I understand that. I won't do it for that. You know. Like, you know, I understand there's various reasons that will make me be more like, you know, hush about what I say. But if it's just simply, I think these words are inappropriate, I don't really care. I don't think they're inappropriate. I think they're just words.
Like if they are genuinely hurting you, like whether it's like on a day to day, yeah, sure, I'll definitely, you know, dial my tone back.
Smoke.
Like if somebody wants me to call them a woman and they present masculine, sure, I'll call you a woman.
Smoke. What if somebody comes to you and let's say they say, "Oh, you effing whatever." Is it okay to slap them across the face for that language?
I wouldn't say that it's okay to smack them across the face just for the language, but if they are proceeding to follow me around, such as Chud the Builder had done to that man, I'd slap him.
Okay, and what if let's say somebody told you, "Hey, stop chimping out." Is that okay to slap them for that language?
Again, I would try and avoid him as much as I can, and if I couldn't, I might smack him. But that's me. There are definitely a bunch of social norms which are, you know, created for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like we have the means to, like, that's what police are for. That's what security is for. You know, like that's what
Like
most of these things are for. So,
if
like, we just put those things in play. That's why we have them.
if I can avoid violence, I most likely will. I don't like putting belt to butt. It's not fun. But I carry a belt on me just in case.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's like, but yeah, I would just say, yeah, it's just like a scenario you're putting in there. It's just like, yeah, what if this person is harassing you? I don't know. I mean, where am I? Am I in public? Can I get a security guard? Can I get a police officer? Like, can I neutralize the situation? There's a lot of answers that could happen.
Like if you are able to avoid, as most people do, this situation, then do it.
Okay, so basically you're saying if the person is following you around and in a way verbally harassing you, just being on your back all the time, and you're asking them politely to stop, and if they don't after some time, it's okay to smack them, right?
So if you're trying to get at the whole trans and gender pronouns thing, I've seen what you're trying to do. Don't worry.
No, that's
I can
that's not what
definitely
I'm
see what
doing.
you're trying. Don't worry, Serge. I see you. I see you. I can
Yeah.
read that. I can read it off your head.
You have no
Yeah,
clue
I'm
where
joking,
I'm going here,
sorry.
but okay.
And to be
Um,
but to be fair,
Look.
I've answered. I mean, I know you may be talking to all of us, but I've answered this several times.
Like there are in fact social norms, and there are social do's and social don'ts. One is don't hurt people's feelings. Two,
Yeah.
don't hurt people. You shouldn't be doing either one of those.
Yeah, exactly. And there's some states have what's called mutual combat laws, meaning like
And I love it.
if it's like if you're like hey man, leave me alone or we're gonna fight, and he's like, well, let's fight. If you both agree to fight, there's no legal recourse that can really happen if there's at least as long as there's people to witness that.
So I had
I mean-
actually looked into this when I wanted to fight my stepdad. So you actually do no, you need like you should more than likely ask a lawyer about this. But at least in my state, you just have to have a police officer there to sanction it.
Yeah, there you go. He's the ref.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
So there
look,
was
what do
a
you
martial artist who was a superhero, like, and what I mean by that, he bought a superhero comic and would run around during like crazy stuff and like fight people. And there's like a video of him, like a guy challenging him, and there's a cop right there. He's like, "We got mutual combat laws," and the cop's like, "Yep." And the guy agreed to fight, and he beat him up. I don't necessarily condone all that, but like, because that's not really. That probably won't lead to anything, but I'm just saying there's a lot of different rules. I mean, you can go a lot of different ways with what you're saying, but
well, yeah, if people want to fight, that's not what I'm talking about. I can care less about that. They can sort it out all they want. But now, where I'm leading to is this. Okay, so you said you should not hurt people's feelings. This is one of the things, Moke, you said. Now, I'm gonna use this. Now, do you think that more offensive society is best or less offensive society is best? Should we allow more and more people to define which word hurt their feelings, or should we try to refrain from that and refrain from controlling people's language in general?
You put that in a beautiful way. So what I'll say, and of course, take it with a grain of salt. You should try your darndest to not hurt people's feelings. You shouldn't intentionally hurt a person's feelings. It just makes no sense to do unless you're just trying to be mean. I don't think that you should be censored per se just for using certain words. But I do think that you should be ostracized, not really allowed in certain areas because you're not a good person.
yeah, something like that would be nice. Just like to like, I mean, just something better. I don't know, man. It's just because at the end of the day, I'm sure you're a nice guy. I don't understand what the issue is. You're like, you don't want, because you don't see someone as a woman. They'll be like, my name's Tom. You're like, you don't really look like a Tom. Toms just don't look like you. You're a Pete. You look like a Pete. You could see the problem there. Like
Serge,
I don't understand.
I don't think, Serge, I don't think that you'd feel very okay if people just said, you look more like a Reginald. I'm gonna call you Reginald.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't really. It's like just people just want to be called a thing, like, and you're pretending like they're like that. There's some kind of like massive amount of like everywhere you go, there's a trans person first of all, and then everywhere you go, not only is there a trans person, there's a trans person that's like, hello, call me ma'am, no, call me sir, call me she, call me he. It's like and you're being inconvenienced. It's like I don't understand what the issue is if that's what we're talking about. I don't really know how we got onto that topic, but
Okay, how much do you guys believe in freedom of speech? Should it be limited, or should it be punishable too if somebody
freedom
says
of speech is
something
already
wrong?
limited. What do you mean?
Okay, should people be punished if they say something offensive to someone?
It already is.
Yeah, it depends on what you mean. Like if I say, hey, I'm not gonna call you sir, I'm gonna call you ma'am, and then leave. And every time I see you, like rarely, if I'm like whatever, I don't know. But if you're like going out of your way every day to like make this person feel uncomfortable when they've asked you to, then yeah, something should be done. And guess what? That's what harassment is.
Okay, BBN. So let's say Peter and John are neighbors. They're living right next door to each other, and they don't like each other. And every
Beatles.
single time Peter sees John, he calls him a phrase that John hates. Hey, monkeyhead, or whatever. And John hates that phrase. So should John be able to call cops and have Peter arrested?
I don't know how harassment works. I don't think it's as simple as calling the police. I think you got to get like start with like, how's he doing this? How is he actually, because like in your scenario, it's not very clear. Is this person like every day when he's just trying to get out to his car and he's like waiting for him, hey, monkey head, it's like, or is you saying that like on the off chance they see each other, for some reason he keeps saying that? I don't know. I mean, it kind of goes case by case.
Okay, Peter works outside of his garden very, very often.
But is he waiting? Is he waiting for him to come out so he can say it?
He's working.
Or is
he's
he
working. He's doing his thing. And every single time he would see John, his hatred for John would prompt him to scream at John, "Hey, how you doing, monkey head?" In a way, it seems like it's fine because he's checking how he's doing, but he's using a term that only John, not Mary, the next door neighbor of Peter, but only John knows and hates.
Well, it's just as simple as that. I would say that if he's asked him to not call him that and he continues to call him that, I mean, that's a certain amount of harassment. Now, if you have to look at the law on what he could do, I wouldn't know.
Cameras and microphones are beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, I'm sure he could do something about it.
The reality is you really can't do much. If somebody just if somebody's standing outside my door every day and they're on public property, and every time I leave my house, they say, "Oh, you're a stupid head."
There are restraining orders.
Yeah, but unfortunately, but here's the thing: you can't get a restraining order for something like that. In other words, if somebody's saying
you could get a restraining order on someone if they show that they keep showing up.
No, trust me, this happened to me. Like there was a guy who was camped out right outside my home, and he was constantly like saying that he was going to murder me, and I tried to get a restraining. I ended up having to move. It was a really difficult situation. The point is, there is a very high threshold where somebody becomes a threat, and if they're not at that threshold, then you can kind of do whatever you want. So if somebody stands outside my house and says, "Hey, stupid head," and they say that over and over again, and I say, "Please stop saying that," and I call the police, and they can't do anything about it, there's no real legal recourse to that. In other words,
so as far as my county, I can get a protection order, the equivalent to a restraining order, for behavior that is considered abusive, threatening, intimidating, harassing, causes emotional distress or fear, causes physical harm or other harmful behaviors.
Yeah, I'd say it just sounds like wherever
I agree with that,
sucks.
and the laws are the same way for me. But I went to court, and the guy and the judge said a reasonable person, despite the fact that he's telling you that he's going to kill you, a reasonable person wouldn't be afraid of him because there's no imminent threat. So even though those laws exist, there are ways that those laws are interpreted. It was I thought it was a really problematic decision, to be honest. But
yeah, man, all I can say is you got screwed. That's all I can say. Like, well, that's not how it works.
Is if somebody's like outside your house and they say you're a stupid head, and they say that every single time, and they're yelling that at you, and they yell profanities and obscenities and insults. There's really very little that you could do until you can say a reasonable person would be afraid for their physical safety.
I mean,
yeah, I can say, man, it just sounds like you got screwed, dude. That's all I can tell you. You got screwed. That's all I can say.
No. Look, this is a guy. This is look, we had a free food pantry, right? So there were a lot of unhoused people who would come by and get food out of the pantry, and this guy was exhibiting some bad behavior, so we had to kick him out. He was well known to every social service resource. A bunch of people in the city had restraining orders against him. So
Tavo,
yeah.
I have a question about that situation as far as
Yeah,
like writing down the restraining order. Did you have
Yeah.
to put down a specific reason and then prove that to be the case?
Yeah, I mean, I had to
Yeah.
say, here's the threats he said. He said he was going to kill me. And
Hey, I just want to say something because you just said something that's blowing my mind. It's like, he said that, I understand you had a hard time, but you just said like several people got restraining orders on him.
yes, several people in the city had restraining orders because he had
Yeah, so I think that kind of helps my point a little bit. I mean, it sounds like you got screwed, but like
I think the thing was he knew he had been through this rodeo several times, so
Right.
he knew the language. Like, let me give you an example. He would be like, I'm gonna kill you. He would send me emails saying that he's gonna kill me someday, right?
Yeah.
So there's no imminent threat there because he just said someday down the road I'm eventually gonna kill you.
Yeah, no. I mean, like, dude, you got screwed. That's like I agree. Like,
I don't,
dude, like,
I don't know that I got screwed so much as
you 100% got screwed. They should have gave him a restraining order and moved him out of there. It's like open and shut case, Johnson. Like, that's why all those other people got restraining orders. Like, I don't know why you got screwed in that. But
he basically learned the limits of what.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. I keep forgetting you say that. Yeah,
he was in a situation where he was like, I know that like I'm gonna kill you tonight is too far, right? But I'm gonna kill you eventually. Like he could say you deserve to die. He could say like, God's decree that I will kill you, right?
Yeah.
That's fine, but it's still problematic that like the degree of latitude. Having said that, I'm very libertarian in regards to free speech. So
I mean, like I don't really. I mean, I'm kind of with you on that to a certain extent. You should be able to say that you could kill me, because I don't really care what you say. But yeah, it is rough, man. I definitely hate that for you because even though I understand that he saw a way to work around it, I feel like there's enough evidence going on, like the fact that he's already has these restraining orders and like he does clearly, like he's just clearly gaming the system. But I don't know, maybe that's how the system has to work. I don't know.
He was in and out of jail several times. To be honest, we really tried to help him quite a bit. There's a whole long story behind it, but we did a lot of things to try to just get him good resources, mental health, get him plugged in to see a doctor. We really did a bunch of stuff to.
So, and what I would say to that is that I would say a good percent of the time you can get restraining orders on people because like it did happen for him until he learned a way around it. But like I know several people have literally restraining orders on their ex-girlfriends, you know what I mean? And not because they were fucking being weird, so they got one and it worked. It's like,
wait, really? Well, here's the thing: the laws change dramatically if you've been in a romantic relationship with someone.
100%.
Right. So if you've been in a romantic relationship with someone and they have any history of violence, then that becomes like, oh yeah, you can get all kinds of
Oh yeah, that's why they made the rule, and a lot of places have the rule like if you get domestic call, someone's got to go. Someone's got to go because like they used to not do that, and then the second call, someone was always dead. So it's like, so they started implementing rules like. So I get you on that, but like I'm just saying, like, I mean, it was a good example, but I do think that like this guy learned the game system, and the fact that he has restraining orders proves the point that usually you can get restraining orders.
Vivian, what do you think? Is monkey head should be considered as imminent threat?
Imminent threat?
I'm just trying to figure out how much are you willing to limit the freedom of speech that we have.
I don't see how monkey head could be considered an imminent threat.
And also, I've made it perfectly clear: if it's harassment, then it's harassment.
Well, let's
doesn't matter what you say; it matters harassment.
Well, in my example, where Peter is calling John monkey head every single time he sees him,
is Peter asked him repeatedly to not do that?
John said stop. He's screaming back F you, stop you, MF or whatever.
Well, if he's asking him to stop harassing him, I mean, I'm pretty clear. I don't care about the cuss words. What I care about what he's asking him to do.
Yeah, and he said that, and tomorrow John comes out and Peter's screaming, "Hey, good morning, Monkeyhead. How you doing today?"
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there may be nothing that he could like. That's not that like. So maybe he can ask. Maybe he can get a something legally, and maybe not. Maybe he's like Tavo. He's got to move. Maybe if he really wants to get away, which is fucked up. But I don't know what where we're getting. Because at the end of the day, if someone asks you to not do something to them, you should just not do it to them. I don't know where you're missing the disconnect. It's not about freedom of speech. It's like it's in this scenario because it's like autonomy. Like I don't
Vivian,
understand.
we're not living in a perfect world where everybody is
I
obeying
didn't
each
say
other.
we weren't.
So
Well, okay, well,
obviously,
then what do you want from me here? I
well,
don't understand what you want from me.
I'm just trying to figure out how much you want to actually
So,
limit
Serge, you're
the
saying that we're
freedom of
not
speech.
living in a perfect world, but
So
why
asking is
wouldn't
not
you
going
want
to
to make
work.
the world a little bit better?
I probably ought to head out, guys, but good to
Tavo,
see
it was
you
nice
all.
talking to you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Tavo,
yeah.
when's the next time
Likewise.
you're going to be on your show?
Oh, I live stream every Monday, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Next Monday, we're going to do a debate, so we'll probably open up the panel later. But I hope we get to chat more, BBN, and Moke as well with you. You're welcome to come by my channel.
I appreciate you.
I did make a full video about was Jesus a failed apocalyptic prophet, and it's a fairly nuanced perspective, so I think you might enjoy it. And Serge, as always, really great to see you. Thanks for having me on. Your channel's always really wonderful, and I hope I talk to all of you again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
Me
one
too.
more thing. I heard
Oh,
that
please.
ringtone. So you party, right?
What's that?
We
I
heard
heard your
ringtone.
ringtone. You party, right? You.
No, I'm embarrassed. Did you guys hear what I said to her?
I heard you say so. We muted you pretty quick. I heard you
Yeah.
talk. They
I'm
muted you.
so sorry.
I just heard.
Yeah, I hit the speaker button rather than the mute microphone button. So clearly that was my partner. So I apologize if that was like.
Yeah,
I
muted
didn't
you
hear
after
anything.
after we heard you say hi. Then I muted you instantly because it was
Sorry.
not our conversation.
I'm just talking about this ringtone because it sounds like a guy.
No,
I mean,
the ringtone is because I habitually fall asleep at weird times, and she gets really concerned when I don't pick up my phone. So I made the loudest, most irritating ringtone.
okay.
Fine, yeah.
Okay, because it sounds like a guy who's done a little bit of Molly and put some glow sticks on. It's like,
No, it's literally just because I'm like, what is the loudest, most irritating thing that's guaranteed to wake me up? So and also I wanted her to have her own ringtone. So, but yeah, she will sometimes call me to figure out where my phone is, and then she shakes her head whenever she hears the ringtone or something, because it's loud and irritating, and yeah.
Well, I wanted to make that joke before you got out, so you're good.
Okay, yeah.
Well, have a good night, Tavo.
You guys
nice
talk too. Yeah.
Likewise. All right. See you soon.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Dude, is Professor Chimp ever gonna say anything?
Professor Chimp, you are okay. He just unmuted himself.
Oh.
Good. We're listening,
Hi.
Professor Chimp. How you doing?
I was just waiting for the topic just to move on. I don't know. Sorry, it's gonna. I just was trying to. I wanted to address the topic of the live stream.
Yes, let's do that. Okay, so who do you think that last prophet is? Well, Moke and Bibian, do you want to stay on, or we're pretty much done because it's gonna transition to a topic that y'all don't really believe in, anyways.
I'd like to hear what it is.
Yeah, I'll see. I mean, I'll listen to you guys. I mean, hopefully we can. After if you burn through that, we can maybe get into something different. But yeah, do y'all's thing.
Well, okay, so Professor Chimp, so who do you think the last prophet is? I don't have any options. What is your personal opinion and why?
I mean, I believe in continuing revelation, so I don't believe in a final prophet, I guess. But we talked a couple weeks ago.
I remember you. It was a nice conversation that we had, yeah.
Yeah, and then you had I remember you had another one about about God in Mormonism.
Yeah, do you want to? I mean, you are
no, I'll keep
LDS, right? Are you LDS?
Yeah. I want to keep on topic to what the
Okay.
live stream is about, but
Okay, you're welcome to address either that or that, because at any I don't really care about the topic if LDS is willing to address the aspect of God once was a man. If you have some points in that one, you're welcome to address that topic as well.
I kind of wanted to just, there's a route I kind of want to go down. So,
Okay, good.
so pull up, I think it's John 8:17.
Mm-hmm. John 8:17. 17. Okay, so this is what it says. Okay, it is also written in your law that the testimony of two men is true. You want me to continue to read?
Yes.
Okay, so I am one who bears witness of myself, and the Father who sent me bears witness of me. They said to him, "Where is your Father?" Jesus said, "You know neither me nor my Father. If you had known me, you would have known my Father also."
So wait, maybe go back a little bit. Hold on.
John 8:17, just to...
Yes. Hold on. Sorry, it's just a little late for me, so my brain is not working. But
No problem, dude.
uh, so I'm pretty sure the gist of what he's, or part of what he was saying in this passage was that he's pretty much citing the law of witnesses, which is, um, let's see.
It is written in your law that the testimony of two men is true. So there must be two people or more in order for something to be established.
Yeah. So this takes us to, I guess. So I did a little research, and so I think there is a case to be made that, like, you could say that Jesus is the final, I guess, final revelation, or that the office of, I guess that might be the right term. The office of prophet and apostle is ceased. You can make that case from the New Testament. Like, I'll grant that. However, sorry, would you agree with that, or
No,
or what's?
I think that prophets are still today, but the prophets that are there today is different than the prophets. The prophet
Okay,
is the anointed one.
okay, that's fair. Yeah, I was gonna. The nuance to that was that I think there are still people who, or the New Testament is pretty clear that there's still people who have the gift of prophecy and make predictions and stuff. However, it might be different than like before Jesus. But um, I just wanted to talk about the witnesses thing because I'm not sure how much you know about Mormonism, but are some there are some like official witnesses people, which is a pretty interesting story.
Are you a Mormon?
Yes.
Interesting.
Again, why'd you say that like that?
No, I don't, dude. I don't. I mean, I meet Mormons, but not all the time.
Which state are you in?
Tennessee. I mean, dude, look, I'm right next to a Mormon church, so I see the same Mormons, but like I don't like on these calls and stuff. I don't see a lot of Mormons.
Yeah, I just got recommended Serge's live stream one time, and I was like, "Oh, I see Joseph Smith on there. Let me hop on."
Okay, yeah. Y'all's do your thing. I just wanted to clarify that because you're talking about one. I was like, oh, we got an actual Mormon here. Holy crap!
Yeah.
In the flesh.
Yeah.
Set the alarm.
There's a lot of atheists and a lot of Muslims that show up, not mainly from the LDS. So you wanted to
I
address
might be able to.
the law
Sorry.
of the testimony, the law of testimony in which particular field to be specific.
Oh, I was just sorry. Just real quick, I was going to say I can bridge the gap between atheism and Islam. Like I can because I'm just kidding. Because you could argue there's aspects from both that I agree with. But anyway, continue. So let's see. So um,
Okay, hold on a second. Let me
yeah,
divert the topic a bit. Okay, so what are some of the aspects that you agree with atheism?
I think that there is a pretty strong case against, I guess you would call it classical theism. Um, and what is it? There's like, I guess like there are pretty strong arguments from like the problem of evil and stuff like that that are quite reasonable in my opinion. But and then sorry, did you have any comments?
No, I'm listening at the moment. If Bibian or Mok, if you have any comments, you can ask them too. Okay, so any
As far
other
as the
sides?
classical atheism.
One more time?
So as far as the classical atheism, are you referring to the triomny, or like what do you mean by that?
Oh, I meant
Or
classical theism.
oh yeah,
So
that's
as
what
in,
I apologize. I misspoke.
oh, so like this would be like God being like I guess God being without form or passions and being completely omnipotent and stuff like that, and creating out of nothing, I think is problematic.
Oh, I agree,
Um,
but sorry.
no problem. And I'm also like somewhat naturalistic in that like I think that it's you. I guess you could argue that everything is naturalistic, even if you're a theist. But that's
Well, if
kind
you were reasonable, you would.
of uh, so that's why I said I think I can bridge the gap between like atheism and Islam because I agree with Islam to a degree.
Hmm.
Like obviously I think they're I don't think it's completely correct, but like I was just kind of saying
What do
that
you
as a
think
side.
about do you think that other religions, like, do you think that they're here, like they're just got your God wrong, or do you think they're just like hearing things?
Oh, you mean like delusional?
Yeah, like, so like someone who's what's a pick one that's not Christian, Jewish, Muslim. What's the other one? I mean, there's plenty of other ones, but I'm
Hindu.
just
Buddhist, Hindu.
yeah, yeah. Like, do you think like the ones that are very spiritual and like they hear their God, they talk to their God, all that's just like a lot of people do. Do you think that they're like talking to no one, they're delusional, or do you think they're talking to like your God, they just don't know it, or like what do you think? What do you think's going on there?
Yeah, good question. So when I was like 12, I was like, wow, there's so many world religions. How do I know that this is the correct one? And pretty much what I've come up with, which I find pretty satisfying, is that pretty much I would say pretty much all religious people have like authentic experiences with God, but um or the transcendent or whatever. But and I think they're real and they're not delusional for the most part. But when it comes to interpretations of those experiences, they kind of well, I kind of want to focus on what people get right instead of what people get wrong. But sorry, any
Yeah,
comments?
what I'm kind of really getting at is like, so when like someone else hears it, so you're saying that they're hearing God, but it's your God, and they're just like misinterpreting it, or am I hearing that wrong?
Something that I hear that's pretty similar is the post Ragnarok, like reformation. It's like so Ragnarok's supposed to be Loki killing another god and then bringing about Ragnarok, and then Balder is supposed to destroy the universe, or the world, and then or the nine realms, whatever, something like that. And then Loki either tries to imprison Balder, or Balder imprisons Loki. Loki becomes Satan. Balder recreates the new world, and yeah, it's kind of silly, but I find it pretty
So,
interesting as far as like
so basically,
polytheism.
what you're getting at is that like that they're the other religions are hearing demons.
What was that?
Are you saying that the other religions are hearing demons?
So what I'm saying, it's not my theory, or it's not like my belief, but
Yeah.
like I've heard people talking about like how Balder, which was the creator of the world in the Norse mythology, uh, he had to bring about Ragnarok because of Loki, and then Loki got imprisoned by Balder, and then Balder became the new god, and all of these other gods that people witness are actually just the old gods, like Odin, things like that,
Oh,
and
okay.
like all these other
Well,
stories that are super similar to a bunch of other religions are just
right.
like written by Loki to mislead people. But of
Right.
course,
Well,
that's not what I believe.
yeah, no, I get what you're saying. But Professor Chim, so but yeah, but so for you though, you think that I'm just trying to get this like figured out. I'm not trying to trap you in a corner. I'm just trying to figure out what you think. Um, so like when you like when someone's like a Buddhist is like, well, I don't know if they taught the God, a Muslim, not a Muslim, that's the same God, even though it doesn't really matter. Because that one's easy to say. If it's the same God, they just got it wrong, right? Like a Hindu, like they taught that like they're gods, they got many gods. Like, so when they're talking to him and they're like, I saw him, blah, blah, blah. So you're saying that, like, if, let's just say it's not delusional, we can clear that out. What's happening? Who's he talking to is what I'm trying to get to. And for what do you think, anyway?
Well, as I said, I think that for the most part they are talking to the one true God, I guess. But I guess that would require them to be not like delusional, just mistaken, I guess.
Right. Like I said,
Or
so
God
they're
is,
talking to
or
your God. They just don't know it.
yeah, probably.
Okay. That's interesting. So so do you think it's like that for every, like, as far as we go back to like like he kind of mentioned, the Greek gods, is that the same thing?
Um, I mean, at the same time, there's also you alluded to this, but there's also like false spirits and like demons and stuff. So like if
Yeah.
they were doing like something like evil, like
Right.
the Aztecs or something, then like I might be persuaded that they are being influenced by demons. But I mean, I think it's still real. I don't think it's like just imaginary for the most part.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Well, let me ask you this then, cause kind of the way, like, I mean, obviously, I'm sure people that believe in their religion would disagree with this, but like the way that it's kind of like, if you look at just how things are written, like, and we look at it, it's like, like at one time the Greek mythology was not mythology. It was like what they really believed, but it died out, so it gets for some reason put in the category of mythology as opposed to just religion. But I guess because no one's actively really doing it. But like the way we see it is that those are people just making things. Humans make up things. We know that. And it just seems like every religion is just humans making up things. I mean, I feel like if we look at any religion that's not these major religions that you might have a biasy towards, like, I mean, I think we usually, most people, reasonable people agree, like, this is just humans making things up. Like, what are the chances that, like, all these religions aren't just that, when it seems like they are just humans making things up every single time we look at every other, like, ancient history or anything really?
Yeah, that's a good point. I do actually think that a lot of it is based in evolutionary psychology, but like it's like still like God is utilizing the evolution of the mind and stuff. But let's see. I would say that I think there is quite a lot of, believe it or not, there is quite a lot of positive evidence for Mormonism specifically, which we can get into. This could lead us back to our topic.
Okay, but BBN, I got a question for you now. Okay, so now, according to what you said, that there's a lot of different people, and they actually believe in the Greek mythology. At one point, it used to be a religion. Right now, nobody believes anymore, so it's just a Greek mythology at this point. Yes, I would agree with you that all of these religions are in a way humans making things up. Would agree with you because all of it is, yes, human written, human made up. But check this out. All of those people, All of those people. They are all looking for God. Why? Because they all internally know that there is a God. Whether they find false God or real God, that's not the point. The point is all of them are actually searching for the reality
Yeah.
of God.
Well, the problem there is that's just a claim. There's no evidence that that's the
Ooh.
fact that you're saying that they know internally there's a God, or a more reasonable and like pretty much proven thing is that people make up shit for many reasons, mainly because they're scared or control.
You said they believe. So now they believe in what? They believe that there is a God. But
No,
each
no. What
one
I'm
of
saying to
them,
you,
they
what I'm
believe in
saying to
a
you, you use
different
the
knowledge of
phrasing.
God.
You said that because they all internally know there's a God. That's not. There's no evidence proving that's why they make up gods.
Why else would they?
For
Out of
one,
fear.
I just answered that, but
Yes, I know.
I'll say it again.
But that is invalid though.
Fear
It's
and no,
literally
it
is
isn't.
invalid.
Fear and control. No, fear and control are the two biggest reasons all these things have been made up, evident through all of history.
If God is not real, then he does nothing with fear. He cannot handle real.
What?
If God is not real, then God cannot take care of fear. In other words, God has
No,
no
no,
answer towards fear.
it helped. No, the human, they're afraid of a bunch of things. They're afraid of death. That's a big one. So, they make up stories that will make
Like
them
a
feel
god of
better.
war.
Yeah, it's like they're afraid of these type of things, and control is another reason people make up God. Same reason they made up Santa Claus. So you tell kids, "Hey, do you want me to?" Santa's watching, and then kids, they shape up. So, like, it's either fear or just control, and that's been evident and like written about with most. Like, you would agree on a lot of stuff that's why they made a lot of different religions, because you can even look it up in their history and see
Like,
why they're doing it and how they're doing it.
I
And
actually love that BBN just brought up Santa Claus. Originally, Santa Claus wasn't at all a thing. It wasn't like a Christian thing, a pagan thing. It was brought up by the Christians. I don't know which sect. I don't know if it was like
uh,
Catholic, something else, but it was to convert pagans over to Christianity because in the cold winter months, they'd the pagans they would light fires and give each other like food, kind of like a spiritual offering to either their god or to help sustain each other. And so the Christians took advantage of that. They said, "Hey, this magical being, he'll sneak into your house and he'll give you presents to kind of help convert them over."
Yeah, and another thing,
whatever
just
that is.
there's
Well,
also a third
anyways,
option of like,
look, hold
if
on, Vivian,
you,
hold on. Let me respond as well. Okay, so look, you're pointing to fear, death, and everything else, and people because they're afraid because they're afraid of death or other circumstances. Whom do they try to run to for safety?
Their mind.
yeah, their mind makes up things. And another thing I was just gonna say also,
They run
they're
to God. They're trying to search
they
out
made
for God.
they made up God.
It
There's no like
doesn't matter. It does
it
not
does
matter.
matter.
No,
That
it
matters the
doesn't.
most, because every time we see
Why do
people
all of
make
them
up
on the same?
gods,
Why are they all on the same page? That God can
they're not
rescue
on the
them.
same page.
God can rescue them from fear, from death. They're all on the same page.
Well,
If
not
if
necessarily
they
all of them do that, but a lot of them do, sure. But the point, yeah, because it's the same answer. I don't understand.
So
It's the
Surge,
same answer. They're scared of dying, so
Surge,
their mind makes up a reason to comfort them. It's not that hard to understand.
and
Surge,
they
just to kind of like
all
counter your
flow to
point.
God. Interesting.
Surge, just to kind of like counter your point, near-death experiences, when people think that they're going to die or when they do die and they see something, it's not only the Christian God. They can see the Hindu God. They can see like whatever Confucianism God. I don't know what the
Yeah,
proper word to that would be. Like it's whatever the God they believe in and whatever
yeah,
religion they assign to themselves
But
yeah. A
to.
lot of times
okay,
that's what
why?
happens.
How
Yeah.
is this countering my point that people are looking for
Because
God?
you're saying that they go to God for safety.
Huh?
But
Uh-huh.
if that God was real and they went to that God for safety because they're real, they'd all go to the same God.
Right. Yeah. A near-death experience would work like
Instinctually, they know
this.
that
It's
God
like
is real. Instinctually, they know that God
No,
is
no,
real.
I
no,
don't.
But
I
now,
no.
don't know
but
that God
now,
is real.
no, hold on a second. Hold on a
You
second.
you
Instinctually,
have to prove that. Just prove that. Don't say anything else. Prove that.
because of what they do next. So
Well, that's not
people,
proof.
so
What you're saying is not proof.
You're saying that people instinctually know that God is real. I don't.
Yeah, right. I don't know God's real. I don't understand. I don't think he's real at all. Like, so
Usually people instinctually know that God
it's
is
not
real when
it's not
extremely
instinctual.
hard
It's not
times
the way
happen.
you're framing it in a very. It's just
BBN,
not true.
BBN,
It's just simply
BBN.
not
You
true.
you framed it in this way. I'm literally passing on in the way you framed it.
No, I'm
You're
not.
the
When
one
framing it.
who brought
people,
up
you said
about
people
instinctually.
are making up about God when they're afraid
Hey, Serge,
or
Serge,
when
I'm
they're
gonna be
afraid of
perfectly
death.
clear with you. I'm gonna be perfectly clear with you, man. The reason I left and wasn't gonna come back before was because of this. Because you keep doing this. Moke, please. I've made this. I'm gonna make this clear to you, and maybe you can explain this to him. Like
Okay.
I did not say what he's saying. I said your framing is
Okay,
you keep saying no. You keep
BBN,
saying that
BBN.
it is
Look,
internal. It is
okay,
internal. It's not internal. You have
it
no proof of
it
that.
is
You need to.
internal
Okay,
because
Moke, please explain to
generations and
him.
generations and generations, the
Mo,
Gentiles, the Jews,
Mo,
So, okay.
please.
everybody
I don't want to. I
were
don't want
were
to leave. I
putting
don't want to
were
leave. I
putting
don't
up
want to leave.
gods.
I got
We're
you,
putting up
BBN.
He's
gods
already
because
pissing.
they
He's
knew
pissing me
that
off
I
God
because
got
is
you,
real.
BBN. It's
we're
okay.
going in circles and he's offering up no evidence. He's just saying
Yes,
dumb
I
shit.
am. Yes, I am. There's
So,
you
You
Serge,
said
haven't,
yourself that the Greek mythology
Serge.
was once a
Serge.
religion.
I am not going to
Was
tell you
once
again
a
to
religion.
not to. I'm not going to tell you again to stop framing things and things I didn't say.
so Serge,
You
I'm
didn't
going to make
say
that
that.
perfectly clear to you.
just to
You
kind of explain
said
what
that
Serge, just one moment, please.
the Greek mythology
Serge, just
once
one moment, please.
a religion. You didn't
Just
say
one
that,
moment, please. Just one moment, please.
bro.
So it was me who brought up
Bro,
Norse
you need
mythology.
to
He went
literally
off on
rewatch the live
Serge.
stream. I'm
Serge,
listening
just
to
one moment,
everything
please.
that you're listening.
Serge, just one moment, please. So it was me who brought up Norse mythology. He went off on Greek mythology because he misheard. But what he was getting at was that people make up gods because they're afraid. It's not an instinctual thing. They're just trying to rationalize what they're seeing and make it feel okay. There are people who don't do that. It's not an instinctual thing just because or it's not an instinctual thing in the sense that everyone has to have a god to make themselves feel okay. It's an instinctual thing as far as if this person see something and they have no way to explain it, they'll look wherever they can, and if they
Moke,
can't find the answer, they might start suggesting a god.
Moke, general consensus show that it is the instinctual thing. Why? Because especially
Where is the
back
general consensus?
especially back in the day before Jesus even came on this
Before you
planet.
continue, please show me this consensus.
Okay, did Egyptians have gods of their own?
Before you continue, show me this consensus.
I'm trying to. Did
No,
Egyptians
you're
have
just
god of
trying
their
to
own?
say words. I need a study.
Did Egyptians have gods of their own?
You're
Yes or
just
no?
trying to say words. I need a study.
Okay, the answer is yes. Did other many nations have gods of their own?
You're
You
just
don't know how to.
saying words.
You don't.
I want
You
a
don't know how to do
study.
this. You don't. You're just saying things like like
Bro,
you like to make this perfectly clear. What your point was that
look, guys.
everyone
Okay,
instinctually knows there's a God. There's not that they
I would
know there's a God.
I would highly recommend BBN and Moke for you to look back pre-days of Jesus Christ. Did nations have gods of their own? If the answer is yes, then guess what? People are turning to God whenever they're
Not all
afraid.
nations.
Now,
Yeah, and that's not the point. The point isn't that
hey,
that a large percent of
I'll-
people like go to a God. The point
look
is
at the history,
that
BBN. Just look at the history, because you're not
you're making a point that I'm not making. I'm not
you're
making
not,
the point. The point you're making is not the point that I'm making.
It
So
doesn't
you
matter.
can
Just make
either
it the history.
It does.
Look.
It does matter because it's not the point I'm making.
Look, hey,
I don't.
it was
I'm,
nice
I'm
to
really.
talk to you, but I think I want to move on to Professor Chimp. Sorry, dude, but
Yeah,
I want
Professor
to
Chip,
move on.
please. Yeah, please,
and
because you're just once again you're doing nothing. You're just being dishonest or dumb, one of the two. But
okay,
go on. You go on. Talk to Chimp and
Yes.
who's Jordan?
Jordan, look, Jordan is the same as you and Mook. It's the same.
Oh, perfect. You guys go ahead and start doing your
No,
decision.
I'm actually gonna I'm gonna be dropping BBN, Mook, and Jordan. I want to talk about the Mormonism aspect.
Alrighty.
It was nice to
Yeah.
talk to you guys, but I wanna
Real quick.
jump back on the topic.
Before you
Wait,
go, let me just
can I
say something real quick. I'd recommend that you look into which ancient nations didn't have gods before just spouting such things.
Okay,
I hope
just
you have a good night.
okay, thanks. BBN, it was nice to talk to you.
Yeah, take it easy. buddy.
Okay, bye.
Wait, has Jordan been here before?
Okay, Jordan. Yes, yes, he's also an atheist. I mean, look, Jordan, I'm not gonna be adding you to the conversation because anyways, atheists, they don't believe in the prophets, or they don't believe in messengers of God. So because of that, I do want to talk to more Professor Chimp, what he has to say. Um, if
Okay.
if I'll add an atheist to our conversation, they're gonna change the topic anyways. That's just because they don't believe in this topic to start with.
Yeah, maybe next time I can like be like a little moderator guy for between you and BBN or something. Um, because I think I understand what both of you are saying pretty well. So, but that,
Yeah, but okay. So you think, okay? So regarding the prophets in itself, you think that Jesus is the prophet, like he is the anointed one, or do you think someone's greater is coming after Jesus?
well, no, I think the Jesus is the greatest prophet. I guess the term in LDS would be he came in the meridian of time, which means like it's the central point of human history. But let's see. So I was just pointing out this verse right here because Jesus here is establishing, or he's like citing the law of witnesses to establish his own authority, and I wanted to like talk about that
Okay.
regarding
Okay.
um, yeah. So how about you just hop onto the LDS.org real quick,
Yeah.
and then go to the scriptures, which is in the three bars
Libraries,
libraries. Yes,
scriptures.
and
Okay.
then go to the Book of Mormon,
Hmm? Okay.
and then Introduction and Witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
Testimony of three witnesses. Yeah, go ahead.
This one. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So are you aware of like the story around this?
Maybe not. If you tell me the story, I may. I've looked into the LDS a bit, but not enough for me to know a lot. So I most likely everything that you'll be telling me is you'll be teaching me LDS stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So this is the testimony of the three witnesses, obviously, as it says,
Mm-hmm.
um, and I think it was mainly written by the one of the witnesses was named Oliver Cowdery. I think it was mostly written by him, or this specific um, phrasing, but they all signed off on it. Well, they all signed off on it. So, um, want to go ahead and read that?
The whole thing? Oh,
Yeah.
actually, it's short. Okay, so it's pretty short. Okay. So it says this: "Be it known unto all nations, kindreds, tongues, and people, unto whom this work shall come, that we, through the grace of God the Father and our Lord Jesus Christ, have seen the plates which contain this record, which is a record of the people of Nephi,
Nephi.
and
I
also
don't want.
of the Lamanites, well, whatever, their brethren, and also of the people of Jared, who came from the tower of which hath been spoken. And we also know that they have been translated by the gift of and the power of God. For his voice has declared it unto us. Therefore we know of surety that the work is true. And we also testify that we have seen the engravings which are upon the plates, and they have been shown to us by the power of God, and not of men. And we declare with words of soberness that an angel of God came down from heaven, and he brought and laid before our eyes, that we beheld and saw the plates and the engravings thereon. And we know that it is by the grace of the Father that and our Lord Jesus Christ that we beheld and bear record that these things are true. And it is marvelous in our eyes. Nevertheless, the voice of the Lord commanded us that we should bear record of it. Wherefore, to be obedient unto the commandments of God, we bear the testimony of these things. And we know that if we are faithful in Christ, we shall rid our garments of blood of all men, and be found spotless before the judgment seat of Christ, and shall dwell with him eternally in heaven. And honor be to the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost, which is one God. Amen. Okay?
Yeah. So, well, there's also so these are the three witnesses, and they have a miraculous experience with the voice of God and an angel, um, and obviously seeing the plates. Um, and then there's like, and then I don't want to make you read the whole thing again, but there's the testimony of the eight witnesses, which they just had a pretty much ordinary experience where they just handled, like, they tangibly touched every plate of the golden plates, and this is like I what is it? So there are criticisms of them because people want to say that they're not credible, which is fair. Like, there's like fair questions. Sorry, did you have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I read this. It's what I've understood is there are a few people that saw the plates, they touched the plates, and but like one of the things that I have is, look, I don't disagree that plates are there. I don't disagree that there are a few witnesses that saw the plates. I don't disagree with the fact that maybe there are a few people that touched those plates. I don't disagree with any of those things. So one of the things that I have a question on here is, and they have been shown to us by the power of God and not of men. So the plates have been shown to them by the power of God and not of men. What does that mean?
It means that, what is it?
Like,
That it was a visionary experience. So
okay, hold on. Did they see the actual plates? Did Joseph Smith show them the actual plates, or did they see the actual plates through vision?
it's both. They had a visionary experience, but there are statements where they clarify that it was just as tangible as anything they've experienced. Well, it's kind of like in the scriptures in the Bible, they have they have visionary experiences that are just as tangible as anything else.
Okay, so remember in the Bible when in the book of Acts when plates of different unclean animals would go down to Peter and he would hear the voice, Peter, rise up and eat. Do you remember the story? Professor Chim has disconnected. Let's see if he's going to come back. He disconnected. Well. Okay, Professor Chimp, I got you back online. You probably you disconnected. You probably didn't hear much what I asked you, right? Oh, hold on a second. Let me just unmute you. Okay, you probably didn't hear much what I just asked you, right?
You mentioned in the scriptures in Acts, is something in Acts?
Yeah, in the book of Acts. Remember when the plate with unclean food would be lowered down to Peter, and Peter would be commanded to rise up and eat. It was right before the Cornelius event.
Remind me what the Cornelius event was.
Cornelius is when a dude was praying. It was a Gentile, a Roman soldier, centurion was praying, and he saw an angel come into his room, and the angel commanded Cornelius to send messengers to Peter and to bring Peter to his house, and Peter will tell him all the words of life that they will be saved. It's basically Acts chapter 10.
I'm ashamed I don't know this very well.
Cornelius sends a delegation. So there was a certain man in Caesarea called Cornelius, a centurion of what was called the Italian regiment, a devout man and one who feared God with all his household, who gave alms generously to the people and prayed to God always. About the 9th hour of the day, he saw clearly in a vision an angel of God coming in and saying to him, Cornelius. And when he observed him, he was afraid and said, What is it, Lord? So he said to him, Your prayers and your alms have come up as a memorial before God. Now send men to Joppa, send for Simon, whose surname is Peter. He is lodging with a Simon a tanner by the sea. Okay, and then here's Peter's vision right here. Next. Then the next day when they went on their journey, Peter went up on the housetop to pray about the 6th hour. Then he became very hungry and wanted to eat, but while they made ready, he fell into trance, and saw heaven opened and an object like a great sheet bound at the 4 corners descending to him and led down to the earth. In it were all kinds of 4-footed animals of the earth, wild beasts, creeping things, and birds of the air. And a voice came to him, Rise, Peter, kill and eat. But Peter said, Not so, Lord, for I have never eaten anything common or unclean. Do you recall this?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, so Peter's having a vision here. It feels as real as it gets. But do you think it's really real?
Oh, you mean like were there tangible animals and stuff?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
Tangible plate, tangible animals coming down from heaven, or like, could other people see a tangible plate being lifted down from heaven?
Well, it was just him having the vision, so I would assume that this is not probably not not tangible, but like not actually physical.
Okay. Okay, but well, basically, and they have been shown to us by the power of God, and not of men. The fact that people see a vision could be sus as well, if there's only just 1 or 2 of them, could be sus as well. But I'll go with that. Like I'll go with the 3 witnesses that people are actually saw the golden plates. I'll go with the fact that they did not see the plates through just a visionary eyes, but they actually saw it in reality. I'll go as far as that. I'll grant you all of that. But why are you showing me this?
Oh, well, I was just showing that it's following the law of witnesses as established by Jesus, and I think that this demonstrates that, or it's very strong supporting evidence that Joseph Smith was called of God.
Okay, so you think that this demonstrates or this proves that Joseph Smith is a real prophet of God,
Or at least it's very strong supporting evidence, if not proof.
for you? What would be the biggest, like let's say me, right? I would say, hey, Professor Chimp, I am a prophet, and I give you some kind of revelation. For you, what would be the biggest evidence that I am a prophet who's real and not fake?
let's see. I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to screw up here. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Let's see. I guess if you're following the pattern of the scriptures, um, then maybe like doing like a healing or something.
Okay, so the first thing you said, if you're following the pattern of the scripture,
Yes.
would you look at that as the number one thing?
I'm not sure actually. Um, I mean, like, and maybe raising someone from the dead or something. That would be pretty. Like, I guess unless I guess like if they were like medically confirmed dead or something. I don't know. What's your point? Sorry.
Uh, okay, so for me, the biggest proof that a prophet is from God is if that prophet is actually in line with the doctrine, with the revelations of God that the previous guys have brought, and not contradicting them. That would be the greatest proof that this person is in line. The miracle aspect, check this out. Let me show you why I would be kind of iffy about the miracle aspect. Look what Deuteronomy 13 says.
Oh, I know. Sorry. I don't want to cut you off, but I'm not talking about. I'm pretty sure this is the passage that talks about if they make a true prophecy, but like if they're contradicting the established scriptures, then we should reject them, which I would agree with. However, it doesn't talk about this would be like soothsaying or something, which um, is possible through false spirits. However, I don't think I am pretty sure healing is not possible to do through through the devils. But continue. Sorry.
So here's what Deuteronomy says: If there arises among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and he gives you a sign or a wonder, and a sign and a wonder comes to pass, of which he spoke to you, saying, Let us go after other gods, which you have not known, and let us serve them. You shall not listen to the words of that prophet or the dreamer of dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. So, in other words, this passage says that a person can arise, make a sign happen, and then actually leads you away from the Lord your God to serve other gods. If that happens, reject that person as a prophet. In other words, if the prophet is not theologically aligned with the revelation of the scriptures, if their doctrine, if their theology on who God is not the same as what the scriptures teach, do not accept that dude as a prophet. Otherwise, that dude will lead you to serve other gods.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay, so you showed me the testimony that a few people saw those plates. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with those few people seeing those plates. I'm totally okay with it. But my biggest question is, did those plates, and the message that Joseph Smith actually preached, was it theologically aligned with the actual scripture?
Yeah. So if I'm correct in where you're going with this, would you be going back to the God is once a man thing?
That would be one of the things, yes.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I agree that that interpretation is or contradicts the scriptures. I would actually agree with you. However, um, what is it? And I will agree that there are a lot of Latter-day Saints who hold that belief. However, or no, they hold the interpretation that God was once a just a regular dude, which I would disagree with. And we had that conversation the first time. Um, sorry, do you have any comments?
Well, no. Well, so far that would be one of the things. Now, does that theory, Joseph Smith actually taught that theory that God once was a man. Then Brigham Young, the second one, also taught the same thing. Then Lorenzo Snow, I believe, he was heavy on God once was a man as well. So now those prophets, they are teaching about God something that is contradictory to the scriptures. Now, whether 100 people saw those tablets, that Joseph Smith has translated, or 1,000, whether we have those tablets in museum or not, that's fine if we do or we don't. That's fine if I'll go look at those tablets. My biggest question is, if those tablets are the Word of God, they will not be changing who God is.
Correct.
If they're changing, if the theory, the doctrine of Joseph Smith is changing the nature of God and who God is, then I would question if that prophet is in line with the previous guys. And if he's not, then, false prophet bells would be ringing in my mind.
Fair enough.
So that's why I asked you, what is the biggest proof to you that the prophet is actually true or false? What's the biggest? Is he a miracle worker? If he's just in line with the previous scriptures, what is the biggest one?
I think it's you have to be both, but what is it? So I guess what is it? Well, we can put aside the I guess I actually I do I agree that I agree that God was once a man in the same way that Jesus was once a man at a certain point, but we can, I guess, if it's okay, I would want to put that aside just for a second to whether that interpretation holds up, but because
Have you seen? Let me ask a question. Have you seen that live stream that I did on Sunday?
Yeah,
I just
I saw
asking
part of it.
for LDS. Just if you watched some of the arguments that I popped over there, and some
Yeah,
of the things that I read.
Yeah, I'll watch the whole thing and then come back to you. But if because it could be argued that since that was at the end of Joseph's lifetime, that like there are some groups that think that Joseph went off the rails, like he like became a false prophet. I personally don't think so, but like you could argue that like the Book of Mormon is correct, but then Joseph went off the rails with his later revelations. But and then subsequently Brigham Young and Lorenzo Snow. But I would disagree with that. But if we focus on the Book of Mormon, what is it? So we have, it talks about, how about, it talks about Jesus Christ being the eternal God. And then in the three witnesses passage you read, it said, the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost are one God, which I agree with. But if it was all right, could you, I don't want to like stop whatever you're want to go, but if you could pull up, I think it's in Matthew.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm willing to have a conversation here with you. So let me know where you want me to go, and I'll
Yeah.
and you'll be my last conversation too, because I'll be done
Okay.
after this.
All right, got it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly where it is. If you could search, I think it's like, you could just Google this, where Jesus says to the Pharisees, no, to the Sadducees, he says, if Satan cast out Satan, something to that effect. Like if Satan cast out Satan, then his kingdom is divided. Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know the passage you're talking about. I just don't remember the reference to.
Oh, okay.
Let me try to pull up the reference. Okay, so Matthew 12. Matthew 12:25. Okay, so but Jesus knew their thoughts and said to them, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every city or house divided against itself will not stand. If Satan cast out Satan, he is divided against himself. How then will his kingdom stand? And if I cast out demons by Beelzebub, by whom do your sons cast them out? You can unmute yourself and let me know when to stop.
Sorry, there's this background noise.
Background noise that.
There's just cars and stuff.
Okay. I mean, I don't hear any background noise from you at all, actually.
Oh, I'm just pacing around and stuff. What is it?
Do you want me to continue or stop here?
No, you can stop right there. So there are accounts of, well, first of all, the Book of Mormon explicitly condemns the devil and like people who follow him. But even better than that is there are I think first person accounts of Joseph Smith casting out devils. So if he was a false prophet, then if you believe Jesus' words, then I don't think he could do that. But I'd have to look that up, obviously.
Yeah, I hear exactly the same claim from the Muslims too. How can the Quran be a lie when Quran fiercely speaks against the devil? Like how? If it presents devil in a negative way, then Quran is against the devil, then Quran is from God. You're making a similar claim, right?
Yeah, good point. Good point. I would say, well, I would have to say how much documented, how much. I guess I'd have to look into this. I don't want to be arrogant, but like, do we have records of people casting or Muslims casting out devils?
I'm not sure on that one. I'm not 100% sure on that one. But how about this one? What do you think on this passage? So it's Matthew 7. I think it's chapter verse 20 somewhere over there. Or here, verse 21. Look what Jesus says. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father in heaven. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name, cast out demons in your name, and done many wonders in your name? And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, all you who do, or you who practice lawlessness. Sorry.
Good point. I would say, is it possible that you could interpret this as they were once they could have done that when they were righteous. However, they went off the rails and they started doing iniquity. Like that doesn't mean that they're and then once they started doing iniquity, then that would invalidate all the good they've done. Is that a possible reading?
I mean, it could be one of the versions. Another version is a person is living a lawless life, but yes, they still cast out evil spirits. Why? Because God is proving to somebody else the reality of Him. And sure, He's using these lawless people in order to do it, but God uses anyone and everyone to bring the reality of Him and to glorify His name. That could be another possible interpretation of this passage too.
Yeah, maybe, but and I could be totally wrong, but would that not like just bring more confusion? Because people would be like, "Oh, wait, hold up. Wait. Also, doesn't that contradict what Jesus said though? Wait. Hold on. Not necessarily. Maybe because um you would still be hypothetically in that situation. You'd still be using God's power even though you're lawless, which might be compatible. I'll have to look into that. Um, I was just gonna say, like, if someone was casting out devils, but they're not a good person, then would that possibly cause confusion if someone is like making people think that they're a prophet or something,
It
or
it
a true prophet?
it will, but God will clarify things in the end anyways. God will anyways expose those people as false, and people will turn away from them down the line anyways.
Yeah, I guess we could. Since you said you wanted to be or you wanted me to be your last conversation, we could probably wrap things up. Um, so, what is it? So, what was the other thing? What were the other things that you mentioned or that you wanted to mention regarding contradictions or perceived
Yeah, so
contradictions?
there's two things that I would look at. If the prophet is from God or not. The first thing is the things that he teaches. That's the first thing. It's very important. The doctrine. How is he presenting a God? Now, if the prophet goes off the rails, then I do not know what to think about that prophet, generally speaking. I mean, some of the people, even Solomon, he went off the rails. We have seen that.
Yes.
But I again, if the prophet is teaching, let's say, that God once was a man towards the end and not in the beginning, but in the beginning he teaches something else, something like the Father has a physical body because the Father has revealed himself to Joseph Smith in a physical body along with the Son. And the scriptures in John chapter 4, when Jesus is speaking with the Samaritan woman, he says that that God, the Father is a spirit, and the Father is, here I can show you, Father. So it's John chapter 4, somewhere 25, somewhere here. Right here. So you worship what you do not know. We know what we worship, for salvation is of the Jews. Even according to this, you worship what you do not know. So the Samaritans, they were worshiping God, but they didn't have the knowledge of God. We know what we worship, for salvation is of the Jews. So salvation comes through a proper worship of God, through a proper worship of God. But the hour is coming, and now is, when the true worshippers will worship the Father in spirit and in truth, for the Father is seeking such to worship him. God is a spirit, and those who worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. So God is a spirit. And if you were to read the Joseph Smith version of explanation of this passage, you will see that the explanation, it goes way off of rails to a whole different side that is not even mentioned here, that this passage is not talking about. But one of the things that he said, that he saw the Father having body in a form, and that would make sense that God once was a man. That would make sense along those lines. But now, if the Father is truly a spirit, he has no flesh or form, then God once was a man, it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah. So, I guess first of all, I would agree that God has a spirit, or God is spirit. He has a spirit essence. But however, I don't think Jesus' passage necessitates that God being spirit must mean that he has no form. I don't think that is the case.
Can you show me, according to the scripture, anywhere where Father has a form? I've never seen it in the scripture. That's why I'm asking.
Well, it does get a little complex in that I think it's like Deuteronomy or something that says that you saw no form or something. But what is it? Well, the claim is just so you know, the claim is that that the Latter-day Saints are not limited to the scriptures that we have, because the claim is that stuff is there's new scripture being restored or revealed that has not been previously revealed. Or sorry if I'm just being confusing, but
No, I understand what you're saying. Okay, so now, if something that is revealed right now by Prophet Joseph Smith that wasn't revealed by other prophets, will
or
Joseph
it could have
Smith
been.
be in line with them or out of line? Is he presenting God in a whole new way or in a similar way as other guys are presenting?
If I'm understanding what you're saying that, what is it? You're saying that what he has to. I agree that whatever he reveals must be in line with the scriptures. I would agree with that for sure. But what I'm saying is that just because God is spirit, which we agree with, that I don't think that precludes him from having a physical form as well. If that makes sense.
It does make sense. I hear what you're saying. I hear. But can you find anywhere in the scripture the Father actually has a form? And not the added on scripture, the original scripture, in the original message.
I mean, there are hints of it, like in Genesis, it talks about what is it? That man was formed in the image and likeness, and scholars have agreed, or a lot of scholars agree that that includes not just like that doesn't that includes attributes such as the physical form. And you could say that's maybe just like, maybe you could argue that's just regarding the Son.
Yeah. Are you aware of the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament?
I've heard of it. What about it?
Like, let's say in Genesis, or not even throughout, but let's start with Genesis. I think it's chapter 2. I think it's chapter 2 somewhere here. God, deep. Where he is walking, the Lord God is walking in the garden. Walking in the Let me just do a quick search. It's right in the beginning of Genesis. And so this one, and then I want to show you where Exodus. There's the Israelites. See the foods. of the Lord. Okay, so the first one is Genesis 3:8. Okay, so it's chapter 3. Okay, right here. And they heard the sound of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. Okay, so the Lord God is walking. So in order to walk, logically speaking, you must have legs, right? And then let's jump to the Exodus. Exodus 24, verse 9. Okay, so then Moses went up, also Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of the Israel. And they saw God of Israel, and there was under his feet, as it were paved work of sapphire stone. So we see here that the God of Israel, he has feet, he has a body, he has feet. They're looking, they're staring at his feet. But this event that they're looking at is the angel of the Lord. It's pre-incarnated Son.
Oh, yes.
It's the Word of God. So we do see a lot in the Old Testament that the angel of the Lord, or the pre-incarnated Son, the Word of God, he is described having an appearance. He's described as that. But the Father is never described as having an appearance.
Hold on. So just real quick. So you would agree that before he was incarnate, that the Son had even though he was a spirit, he still had a form that resembled a human.
Yeah, he had an
Is that
appearance.
correct?
Yes, he had an appearance.
All right, that's cool. I agree with that. I'm pretty sure. I'm very rusty on my New Testament. Unfortunately, but doesn't the martyr Stephen, doesn't he have a vision where he sees two figures or something?
Yeah, let's go over there. The book of Acts, this is chapter 6, 7 of chapter. This is Lord Jesus, receive my spirit. So, okay, right here. But he, being full of the Holy Spirit, gazed into heaven and saw the glory of God and Jesus standing at the right hand of God, and said, Look, I see the heavens open, and the Son of Man is standing on the right hand of God.
I mean, I guess that doesn't I guess you could read that as metaphorical, I guess, but I want to hear your take on that.
Let me see, Revelation chapter 4. Probably, if I'm not mistaken, it should give us some ideas about that. Come up here, I'll show you. So immediately I was in the spirit, behold a throne set in heaven, and one sat on the throne. Okay, so look, immediately I was in the spirit. So this is Revelation chapter 4, verse 2. And chapter 4, it talks about the Father, the Ancient of Days. Chapter 5 of Revelation, it talks about the Son of Man, or Jesus, coming to the Father and receiving the kingdom. Okay, so immediately I was in the spirit, and behold, a throne set in heaven, and one sat on the throne. And he who sat there was like a jasper and sardius stone in appearance, and there was a rainbow around the throne, in appearance like an emerald. Around the throne were 24 elders, and on the throne I saw 24 elders sitting. Is there any other description? 7 lamps, mids. Okay, so it doesn't look like we have any other description, but the way that the Father, the Ancient of Days, is described in this passage is, and he who sat there was like a jasper and sardius. Let me show you one more passage. So far we see a description of the Father as jasper and sardius. Now it doesn't resemble any human appearance. It just more resembles of see what Jesus says in Mark chapter 14. So in my mind, this sardius and jasper, it resembles as more of a power type of thing, as a powerful stone, as a source of power, something related to power in itself. And look what Jesus says in Mark chapter 14, verse 62. Or let's start with 61. But he kept silence and answered nothing. Again, the high priest asked him, saying to him, "Are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed?" Jesus answered, "I am. And you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of power and coming with the clouds of heaven." So the Father, the Ancient of Days, is often described as power, as this sardius and jasper, not really a human form. Let's see what the Daniel 7 describes the Father as. This one, I was watching in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. He came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him before him. To him was given dominion, the glory, and the kingdom. So it doesn't have the description of the Ancient of Days here too. Let me see if I can find some more passages that describes the Ancient of Days. If we can find any resemblance of Ancient of Days having appearance. Like, what do you think? Does the Holy Spirit have appearance?
Yes, I would think so. I mean, he's doesn't have a body currently, but he has a spirit form, just like the incarnate or the pre-incarnate Christ.
Okay, so you personally think, according to LD or to LDS, that all
Yes,
three
yes.
of them, they have a spiritual body, a spiritual form of some sort?
Yeah, and I guess the key thing here is, I think, even though it's not explicitly explicit in the Old and New Testaments, I don't think it disallows for the Father having a form, or like a human form. But you can disagree if you'd like. Because you did, if I'm gonna steel man your answer, then you're saying that the only thing that we see is pretty much like there's the metaphor of the jasper and sardius. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that we just read about,
So you're saying, like, well, it does say that he's sitting on the throne, but like, I guess that still could be just metaphorical. I guess if you wanted to, like, so I agree that it's not explicit in the scriptures, but like I said, I don't think it disallows for it.
Okay, and what if let's say a prophet was to come and say that the father looks like a Godzilla? I mean, Godzilla is more powerful than man. Would that be an acceptable explanation?
I mean, obviously no, but I mean, but the difference is that the Father having a form would follow the same pattern as the Son. It's not a completely different thing. It's just it's following the same pattern as I said.
Yeah, but look, if we were to see what type of look, if we were to take a look at the Revelation chapter 1, how John is describing Jesus. Let's see here. Alpha and Omega. Let me just find the description. Right here. So then I turned to see the voice that spoke with me. And having turned, I saw 7 golden lampstands. And in the middle of the 7 lampstands, one like the Son of Man, clothed with a garment down to his feet, and girded about the chest with a golden band. His head and hair were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes like a flame of fire. This is weird. And his feet were like fine brass, and as if refined in a surface, and his voice as the voice of many waters. He had in his right hand 7 stars, and out of his mouth went a sharp 2-edged sword. And his countenance was like the sun shining in its strength. So even though John saw what kind of resembled like a human because he was a son of man, but obviously the things that were sticking out of him were very, very weird. So what if, let's say, the father if I were to say that the father has an ultimate mix between a human form and Godzilla, and he is this all-powerful one, would that fit the theology?
I mean, like you said, it's like there's a lot of this language is metaphorical. So I guess the Godzilla example is kind of like not ad hoc, but it's just like kind of not a good comparison because it's like we're already dealing with weird stuff. So I guess um, I guess confusing stuff. So it's like
Yeah, we see that Jesus has, or John saw that there's a sword coming out of his mouth. Yes, I agree with you that all of those things are metaphorical representation. I agree with you on that one. But the thing is, what John is describing to us, what he's actually seeing. So even though we take the sword coming out of his mouth as a metaphorical, but John actually probably saw a real sword coming out of his mouth. So you see how his feet were fine brass. Like his feet were made out of brass. That's what John
plus it's
saw.
like I guess it was like fine grass, so it was similar in appearance, but not exactly the same. But I guess um, so is your point that what is your point? What's your point relating to? Does this have to do with God being or the Father being a spirit being?
Yeah, it has to do with a point that a, let's say, prophet uh coming and adding something that no one else has ever spoke about.
Well, that would be the case with Revelation before it was, or with any other scripture, as it was seen by the prophets. It would be at some point there had to be when it was brand new. Like this imagery would be at some point it would be brand new.
Okay, and now if I'm a prophet in 2026 and I stand up and say that I saw God the Father, he's mixed human form with the Godzilla form because he wants to show how ultimate he really is, would you take me serious?
Well, no, but like you, but no disrespect, but aren't you purposefully doing like a ridiculous example
No,
that, but like,
I'm just saying that adding on it does not mean being aligned with. If none of the prophets ever mentioned that God has an appearance, a form, or the Father has a form, and then if a prophet comes, I don't know, 16, 12, 1800 years later and actually claims to have seen the actual Father, that would be something sus for me. It'd be something similar to none of the prophets ever claimed that the Father has a form, and me coming in 2026 and claiming that, hey, I've seen the Father, this is how he looks like.
well, couldn't you say the same thing about John here? Because it's like, I mean, there are some like crazy, there is some crazy imagery in like the Old Testament, but it's like he's coming out with like this crazy vision, and it's like, couldn't you say the same thing? Like, oh, this guy just ran, like, he just came along and had this crazy vision. How do we take this seriously? Like, could you not say the same thing?
Well, how can we not take it seriously? If his vision aligns with the scripture, then we should take it seriously. But if the vision tells me that the Father looks like a human with Godzilla mix, then I'll probably not really take that vision seriously. Because this is a whole new thing. I never found this in the past.
Well, like I said, the Godzilla example doesn't really, I don't think it works because, like I said, the father is following the same pattern as the son. It's not completely different. I guess the claim is that he's following the same pattern as his son with his physical form.
Yes, but this is just according to what you think. Why? Because it looks like the son has an appearance.
Well, what I'm saying is that we agree that we agree that both the father and the son. So we both agree that the father and the son have a spirit essence. They have a spirit. They have a spirit, and then we both agree that the son, this at least the son, he had a when he was just a spirit, he had a physical form, or no, he had a form in the that was that had an appearance of a human. So why is it a stretch to say that that could be the exact same thing for the father?
Because of the way that Jesus is describing the Father, God is a spirit. And there's nowhere mentioning of that he has a humanly appearance. He's described as a stone. He's described as a power. He's described more from that standpoint of view.
Well, I guess my question would go back to so your point, your earlier point was, so if some guy comes along 1800 years later and he's like, well, let's just stick with what actually happened, which is that he came along and said, "Oh, wait, actually, God the Father also has both a spirit form that appears like a human, as well as a physical, tangible body, just like this, but in the same pattern that the Son does." But I'm saying that just because it's not in the previous scriptures, since it's following the same pattern as the Son. It's not a stretch, or it's not very sus in my opinion. But yeah.
I hear what you're saying. Let me see if I can. There's one passage that came to my mind that I want to get your opinion on. Yeah. John, let's see. Let me give you some passages. John 6:46. John 6. So this is what it says. Not that anyone has seen the Father, except he who is from God. He has seen the Father. Not that anyone has seen the Father. Has Joseph Smith seen the Father?
Well, the claim is that he is from God, like it says, so he has seen the Father, which is corroborated by the witnesses.
Can you repeat that again? One more time?
So notice how the passage says, "Except he who is from God, he has seen the Father." And the claim is that Joseph Smith was of God, therefore he was able to see the Father, which is corroborated by the witnesses. But we can go back to that later. But continue.
Okay. This seeing the Father is a little different than just being sent from God, like you presented. Therefore, everyone who has heard and learned from the Father comes to the Father. Not that anyone has seen the Father except him who is from God. He has seen the Father. Now, here, let me show you in John chapter 1. Chapter 1, verse 16, I think. Right here. No one has seen God at any time. The only begotten Son, who is in the bosom of the Father, he has declared him. So no one has seen God, but Jesus. It's presented from a standpoint of view. Jesus saw the Father because he was with the Father, and that's when he saw the Father. He was in the bosom of the Father, and it's more of a sent from God is when he was with the Father, he saw the Father, and then the Father sent him. Not just like, let's say, a prophet is sent by God to speak on God's behalf. Not that type of sent. The actual sent where he was at the location, he saw the Father, and then he came from that location to our location. He's been sent. So it seems to me like it's presented from that end. And look what Timothy is saying.
So are you?
Good.
Yeah. So you're saying that the previous passage you just mentioned, that's referring specifically to the Son. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, send means not that God, let's say, send Jeremiah to speak on his behalf. Not that type of send, but a send that a person who was sent was at that location where the Father is at, and then that person or the Son actually comes directly from the Father, from the location of the Father, to a different location. So I think the sent, the meaning of the sent over there, and the meaning of the sent where nobody has ever seen God or nobody has ever seen the Father, but the Son. The reason why the Son has seen the Father is because he was at the location where the Father is at, so he's able to see.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, good point. However, what do we make of the passages that discuss prophets having a vision of the Ancient of Days? So would that just be that they didn't actually see him? All they saw was a metaphor. Is that what you would say?
Well, they usually describe the Ancient of Days as power or stone or one of those things. It's as if it's a well, the source of power, in a way. Or
Well, yeah.
look
When I,
how
hmm?
Paul says. Look how Paul says in First Timothy, chapter 6, verse 16. So who alone has immortality, dwelling in approachable light, whom no man has seen or can see, to whom be honor and everlasting power. So this is how the Father is described, that whom no man has seen, no man. Jesus is excluded from here, nor can see. So has seen is the past, can see is the future.
Hold on, I'm reading it. 1 second. Well, yeah, this actually does appear like no man has seen him, however, or can see him. However, that goes back to my previous question, which was, what are we to make of the passages where the prophets they see the Ancient of Days? Is that would so they didn't actually see him, and it was just a metaphor? Is that what we would have to go with?
That's what it's probably implying on. Because I mean, they see a stone, they see a power. So like different times they see in a way different thing. And right here we see that dwelling in approachable light, unapproachable light. So men cannot approach that such bright light. So I think then what the prophets are describing the vision in a metaphorical way the best that they possibly can. But no man can see God for who he is, or the Father for who he is.
I just had an idea. Like, I know we should probably wrap this up, but what is it? I think the LDS standpoint would be that it is true that no man can see God, or specifically, hold on. Well, it says King of Kings. Would that be applying to the Son, or both, or also the Father?
Let's see what this is. I urge you in the sight of God, who gives life to all things, and before Jesus Christ, who witnessed the good confession before Pontius Pilate, that you keep his commandments without a spot, blameless until our Lord Jesus Christ appearing, which he will manifest in his own time. He who is the blessed and only potent King of kings, the Lord of lords, who alone dwells immortality, dwelling in approachable light, whom no father has, no man has seen or can see, to whom be honor and everlasting power. This one is referring to last. Well, this right here, I think it refers more to the Son, the Lord of Lords. This is what I would think. Who alone dwells in approachable light. So the Son, even if it's referring to the Son. So the Son originally, or the Son, is dwelling in approachable light. So the Son is dwelling with the Father, and it is in unapproachable light.
Yeah, so my interpretation would still apply in that it's true that no man can see they can't see God when they can't withstand the fullness of his glory without being transfigured by the Spirit. I guess that would be the resolution to this conundrum. I guess I'd have to do. I'll have to read this more or research this more to see if this would disallow for that. If it would disallow for the interpretation that like you have to actually be physically and spiritually changed in order to approach, or in order to experience the unapproachable light, like, so to speak.
Okay, and one more question I would want to ask you too is this is the question. So to Joseph Smith, the embodied Father and embodied Son, they came to Joseph Smith. They came to the location that Joseph Smith was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As much as I remember throughout the whole entire scripture, every single time a prophet would see the Father would always be on the throne. The Father would never come to anyone. He would always be on the throne. And the Father would always send the Son as a representation, more as a representative, I guess. So he is more sending the Son only. I don't remember any of the prophets from the Old Testament that said that the Father came to my location. Would Joseph Smith be the one and only to actually then had the Father come to his location?
Well, I could be wrong, but didn't we see that with the Stephen, with the martyr Stephen? Didn't he see the Son of Man on the right hand of God? Like,
Well,
technically, like that was at his location, I guess.
well, the heavens were opened, and he saw right through the heavens that the Son of Man is standing at the right hand of the power. But the power was still sitting on the throne.
Let's see.
And every other prophet, Daniel, everyone, they're all describing that the power, the Father, is always sitting on the throne. He doesn't leave his throne. He's always sitting on the throne. But in Joseph Smith's case, the Father leaves the throne and comes to the location of Joseph Smith. This is the only time that this happens.
Hold on, I'm thinking. You may be right. Hold on. I could be wrong, but uh, doesn't it have in it could just be applying to the angel of the Lord, but doesn't it have like uh, the doesn't it have like Elohim or whatever? This would be like in the Garden of Eden. it'd be like the angel of the Lord was the one who was walking, I think, but like doesn't it say that that um, Elohim or whatever was there? I could be wrong.
Let me see here real quick. Let me. Okay, so just trying to figure. I'm trying to answer you. I want to see exactly what is Elohim refers to. Exactly what it refers to.
I'm pretty sure there's like a distinction between like Yahweh Elohim, which would be the Lord God, and then there's like something else. I can't remember.
Okay, so let's go to what was it? Genesis. I just wanted to see want to see your point. I don't have a direct answer to your question right now. Just wanna explore your question a little bit. It was 3. Lord God was walking. Eight. Let me just see in the transliteration. Okay, so this is what. Okay, so when they heard the voice of Yahweh, Yahweh God, or Elohim, so Yahweh Elohim, walking about in the garden in the breeze of the day, and hid themselves. The men, well, yeah, Yahweh God. It doesn't really pinpoint to like let's say necessarily at the Father or at the Spirit. It just says Yahweh God.
Yeah, well, I'll have to do more research on that. It's a fair question though.
Okay. Yeah, and
Would you mind if? Huh?
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, should we like for real this time? Should we like wrap it up? I think this has been a pretty good conversation.
Where are you from? If not a secret.
Yeah, Idaho.
Oh, Idaho. Yeah, I think I remember.
You're in California, right?
And I'm in California. Is it 2 a.m. in Idaho right now?
Yeah, bro, but uh, yeah, yeah, I'm fine, bro. I don't think I have work tomorrow, so I think I'm good. But
Do you usually work on Tuesdays?
sometimes I work at a restaurant, so
Okay,
oh,
nice. Nice. Well, hey, Professor Chimp. Do not know your name, but it was very nice to talk to you, bro.
yeah, just real quick, I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
So, so when I was at the beginning of our conversation, when we still had BBN and Mocha's that Moki or whatever his name is,
Uh-huh.
um, they were getting frustrated because, or mainly BBN was getting frustrated. Um, maybe we could have a like a future live stream devoted dedicated to I guess like the origin of religion or religiosity or spirituality. And then I could be like a little moderator dude who like tries to be an ambassador between you guys or something. Like I think I could do that. Um, just a suggestion that'd be kind of cool.
Okay, so the origin of religion. This is the topic you want to explore?
Yeah, because you would say everybody's seeking God, everyone instinctively knows it, and
Uh-huh.
then BBN would be like it mainly derives from like fear and control and stuff like that. But that's a suggestion I have.
Okay. Well, let's do this. Next Monday at 8:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If BBN is gonna call in, and you hear him call in, jump in, and then but I'll try to name the topic, the origins of religion. I'll name the topic, and maybe he'll understand and remember and jump on. And if that happens, then sure, let's do it.
Wait, and then you should have a little thumbnail that has as uh that has a little Professor Chimp, the little ambassador guy. I'm totally kidding, but that'd be funny. Uh,
Okay.
I don't know, just whatever. But yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for taking my suggestion. So
Okay. Here, do this. I just sent an email to the chat in the studio. Send me some of the Professor Chimps. I may just add him onto that thumbnail too.
oh, sure, that's fine.
Some
I do
of the
have a
Professor Chimps that you personal like. And
oh,
again, if they're not gonna be crazy, then sure, I don't really care. Why
yeah,
not?
of course, of course. Okay, that'd be so cool. But hopefully I could make it. It'd be really sad if I couldn't. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
It was nice to talk to you as always. Thanks for dropping by.
Yeah, you too.
Okay.
Bye.
God bless you. Bye. Oh, that was a nice discussion. It's nice to have discussions that are focused on the topic. Yeah, we had a lot of atheists today. Atheists are great. Don't get me wrong. I like to talk to them too. But I don't think that atheists fit within today's topic. But that's one of the reasons why I wasn't really having it much when I heard that somebody wants to talk according to today's topic. That Professor Chimp wanted to talk according to today's topic, and then atheists would redirect the conversation to something else. It was if it's a general, what is the true religion, or the origins of religion? Sure, atheists, I think they have a participating power in that one. But who is the last prophet? I don't think that atheists have a participating power in this one whatsoever. They really don't have anything to add. Unless they believe that Charles Darwin and his colleagues, such as him, Richard Dawkins, Stephen Hawkins, I think his name is, and those guys, they are the prophets of their own religion. And if they believe that, and they want to claim that those guys were the last ones, and they brought the religion of, they turned science into religion, then sure, they could bring something to the topic. But if an atheist genuinely believe that there is no prophet whatsoever, then they just have nothing. They just have nothing to add to the overall topic itself. They just have nothing to add. So that's why I did what I did. But BBN, if you are hearing me, or you'll be hearing me in the future, Professor Chimp wants to moderate a conversation between me and you on the topic of origins of religion. Where did religion come from? Where did religion come from? I'll do my little research as much as I can, and I'll present to you my standpoint of view. So I'll make the origins of religion a topic for Monday of next week, 8:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you hear me, Bibian, you want to jump on, then do jump on and let's conversate on that topic. And then if Professor Chimp will, I guess, hear us as well, he can jump on and we can have a, I don't know, about an hour or so moderated debate where Professor Chimp will be right in the middle of, you and me smacking each other with the spiritual boxing gloves. And every single time Professor Chimp is gonna raise his head up, you'll probably get some smacking in his way too. That's how it usually works. That's how it usually works. But anyways, let's see here. Just want to throw this out there. Do subscribe, like the live stream, subscribe to the channel. And yes, let's continue to hang out. I will not be accepting any more calls today because it's already 1:41 a.m. and I'm thinking to go to sleep. Already night. Let me see here. Let me just go over some. Let me just go over some comments. I want to see what people were saying. Bible never explained what is love really means. That humanity can use it. Bible does explain. Let me give you the best explanation of what love is. Found in Corinthians. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit on the slower side right now because my mind is halfway asleep. But it's found in Corinthians. This is the chapter. This is the chapter that describes love extremely well. And one of the things that you'll see in this chapter that love is not selfish. Love is not selfish. If there's an aspect of selfishness attached to love, let's say, some people some people think that love is sexual relations. Well, a man say, "Oh, I love you because you're having sex with me." Well, what if she can't anymore? Will you still love her or not? Does sex define love? What if sex fades away? Is love still there or is love is gone? Now, if the love is gone, then that type of love is selfish. If a man can get his desires fulfilled, then he loves the woman. If all of a sudden he cannot get his desires fulfilled anymore, the love for that woman fades into fades away. That shows that type of love is selfish. Selfish. Let me read 1 Corinthians chapter 13 real quick. Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, but have not love, I have become sounding brass or clanging cymbal. Okay? You can speak with any tongues you want, even with heavenly language. And let's say you do. You can conversate with little angelic beings. Wow. Good for you. But if you have no love, useless. And though I have a gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith, so that I could remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. See, you can have all knowledge. You can have faith, such powerful faith that will literally move mountains. But if you're doing all this, not from a root foundation of love, you're useless. You literally are useless. And though I bestow all my goods, let me change my screen real quick. Just want to right here. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, but have not love, it profits me nothing. Love suffers long. This is how love is described. Love suffers long. In other words, love endures through all trials and tribulations in life. And is kind. Love does not envy. Love does not envy. Love does not parade itself. Is not puffed up. Does not behave rudely. Does not seek its own. Is not provoked. Thinks no evil. Wow. Love, true love. If you and I, we truly love someone, then guess what? We will not have evil thoughts about that person. Interesting. Let me show you something. Or actually, let's finish this and then I'll show you something else. So thinks no evil. Does not rejoice in iniquity. Does not rejoice in iniquity, but rejoices in truth. Look, love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love, true, genuine love. Not some kind of a passing, fleeting pleasure that men often refer to as love. No, we're not talking about that. No, we're not talking about that. But we're talking about genuine love. Genuine love never fails. Look, but where there are prophecies, they will fail. So prophecies will fail, but love will never fail. And it's very interesting how, look, this aspect. Love thinks no evil. Let me show you something what Jesus taught. So remember this. Love thinks no evil. Let me show you. Where's it at? Come on. Come on, scroll down. Okay, look. You have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. But I tell you not to resist an evil person. But whoever slaps you on the right cheek, turn the other to him also. If anyone wants to sue you and take away your tunic, let him have your cloak also. And whoever compels you to go 1 mile, go with him 2. Give to him who asks you, and from him who wants to borrow from you, do not turn away. So remember again, love thinks no evil. This is the passage that I was looking for. You have heard that it was said, you shall love your neighbor. Again, love thinks no evil. So you shall love your neighbor. In other words, you shall not think evil of your neighbor. If you truly love them, you shall not think evil of your neighbor. Okay? And hate your enemy. So hate produces evil thoughts. Love does not produce evil thoughts. But I say to you, love your enemies. Love your enemies. Again, remember how we read, love thinks no evil. And Jesus here says, love your enemies. In other words, don't think evil of your enemies. Don't think evil. Do not dwell on evil over your enemies. Don't wish your enemies some kind of doom and destruction. Love your enemies. Whenever you will wish some kind of a doom and destruction over our enemies, that points to the fact that we hate our enemies. We don't love our enemies. We actually hate them. If we truly love our enemies, then we don't think anything evil of them. Love your enemies. Look, bless those who curse you. Well, your enemies are the ones who curse you. And Jesus is commending because we love our enemies. Because we love. We don't think evil of our enemies. But because we love our enemies, we bless our enemies. We bless our enemies. Do good to those who hate you. Do good to those who hate you. And pray for those who spitefully use you and persecute you, that you may be the sons of your Father in heaven. Again, this is what true love is. This is what true love is. When Jesus was going to the cross, he had me in mind. I'm sorry. When Jesus was going to the cross, he had me in mind. He had that very, stranger John in mind. The very stranger John that was screaming for Jesus' crucifixion. Jesus had that person in mind. Jesus did not think evil of his enemies, even when they were crucifying him. Let me show you something. Show you one last thing. I'll just show you the true love in a person who actually modeled the true love. Okay, so let's go to Luke chapter 23, verse 34. This is what true love looks like. That whatever his name, whatever name you want to put, that John, that whatever person who was literally just now screaming at Pilate's palace for Jesus' crucifixion. Jesus is that person in his mind. Literally has that person in his mind. And look at the thoughts that Jesus has about that enemy who was screaming for his crucifixion. Look. Luke 23, verse 34. Jesus is already crucified on the cross. That screaming, whatever John, not the disciple John, that screaming, that evil John. He succeeded in getting Jesus on the cross. That screaming evil John considers Jesus to be his enemy. And yeah, sure, officially speaking, that evil screaming John is the enemy of Jesus. Again, I'm just using John as an example. Okay? But look what Jesus wishes upon that screaming evil John. That because of him, he was one of the people that actually got Jesus on the cross. So Jesus is already on the cross. And look at Jesus' thoughts regarding that screaming evil John. Then Jesus said, Father, forgive them. Forgive them. Forgive them. We see no vengeance. We see no wishful hating over those enemies. We see none of the things such as, oh Father, bring your mighty wrath down, crush him to such degree that they would be screaming from pain, and have it last forever and ever, so that they would understand what they have done by crucifying me on the cross. We don't see none of that type of language. But instead, we see, Father, forgive them. Forgive that evil screaming John that was one of the pawns that got Jesus on the cross. This is what we see instead. Jesus is actually thinking good about his enemies. Jesus are thinking good about the people that just crucified him. Is asking the Father to forgive Jesus' own murderers because they really do not understand what they're doing. That's true love. That's true love in reality. Jesus is the greatest example of what true love is. You want to learn what true love is? Submit to Jesus' teachings, and you will know what true love is. And until you submit to the teachings of Jesus, you simply will not be able to find what true love really is. True love can only be found. True love definition can only be found from a direct source of that true love. Jesus is the direct source of true love, and he defines it. He models it. We can find in the Bible a lot about true love. We actually can. Okay, well, anyways, guys, it was nice to chat with y'all. Very nice to chat with y'all. But we will be done on this note. Thank you so much, everyone who participated. Thank you so much, everyone who tuned in. I do appreciate you. You guys are awesome. Yeah, you guys are awesome even if we don't agree with each other. I don't care. I don't care that we don't agree. Let's talk instead of fighting. Let's talk. Well, we'll be using warring language. Or whatever. If we'll be using warring language, it's better than using actual missiles. If you want to flip me off, whatever. I don't care. But let's not use an actual missiles. Because an actual missiles kill people. Words, they don't kill anyone. They don't. We can brush words off. But it's so much more harder to brush off a real missile being thrown at you or coming your way. So much more harder to brush that off. So let's continue to talk. Okay? Let's continue to talk. They'll see. They'll see. Interesting comment. Paul was actually a liar and a con man. He directly opposed the teachings of Jesus. He was anti-Torah, the temple, and the people. That's what eventually got him arrested. Acts 21. They'll see. I think you actually have a huge misinterpretation. A huge misinterpretation in what you just said. I'm not sure if you read the teachings of Paul. I'm not sure if you read the book of Acts. I'm not sure. But the way you presented Acts chapter 21 is completely inaccurate. Yes, the Jews, they did not like that Paul taught the Gentiles not to be circumcised, but God is the one who started that teaching with Peter, with Apostle Peter. God is the one who started it. If you want to read the start of you don't have to be circumcised to be a believer, if you want to read the teachings, the start of the teaching, you can find it in Acts chapter 10. Acts chapter 10. Holy Spirit comes over Cornelius. Cornelius is not circumcised. So now, if circumcision is required for salvation, why did the Spirit of God fill Cornelius when he is not even circumcised? Why? Why did God accept Cornelius without circumcision? Why? Well, simple. The law of circumcision was given to the descendants of Abraham. Now, Cornelius is not and was never a descendant of Abraham. So that law is not applicable to him. And if you want to read, I think it's Acts chapter 15. Let me see here. Yeah, the conflict over circumcision. If you want to read the whole entire Acts chapter 15, you will understand what is applicable to the Gentiles and what is applicable to the Jews or descendants of Abraham. You will understand. And it will help you to understand context properly of what Paul did and what he taught. Not what you presented, Dale, not what you presented. Paul was actually a liar and a con man. He directly opposed the teachings of Jesus. Like both of your statements are a lie to start with. He was anti-Torah. He was a Jew. He obeyed the laws of the Torah. What are you talking about? He said that the Gentiles don't need to be circumcised, but Paul himself, he obeyed the laws of the Torah. He was a Jew. The temple and of the people. Yes, and we see how Paul obeyed the laws of the Torah by shaving his head. And the reason why he shaved his head is because James told him to. James told him, go to the temple, shave your head, do the offering, do the payment or whatever, so that other Jews could see that you still follow the law of Moses. The law of Moses was prescribed to the Jews. And Paul agreed with James. He did exactly what James told him to do. He went and he shaved his head, or he paid for someone to shave his head. But something along those lines, to fulfill the law of Moses. So again, he was anti-Torah, the temple, and the people. Again, you're wrong. You literally are wrong. That's why eventually got him arrested. What eventually got him arrested is the fact that Jews hated that the Gentiles were converting to Jesus, and they were not obligated in following all the laws that the Jews have to follow. But James, Peter are the ones that said, and the Holy Spirit are the ones, or the Holy Spirit, Peter and James, whatever. But primarily it was the Holy Spirit and Peter are the first two. Or the Holy Spirit telling Peter, let me just put it like that. The Holy Spirit is actually the one that he led an understanding within Peter and James that Gentiles do not need to be circumcised. The Holy Spirit is the one who actually led James and Peter to understand. And he led Peter to understand this. How? Through event that we find in Acts chapter 10 about the Cornelius. Cornelius never got circumcised, and he was baptized with the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit came upon Cornelius without the sign of circumcision. What this means is Holy Spirit approves that Gentiles do not need to be circumcised. Holy Spirit is the one who approves it. And you're saying Paul has lied. Paul has done this. Paul is anti-Torah. No, bro. You gotta read the life of Paul a little more careful in order to see that Paul is the Jew of the Jews. He's literally the top dog. He's the Pharisee of the Pharisees. What this means, what this language means, is he literally is a follower of the law. He is the follower of the law because he is Jew himself. But us, the Gentiles, we're not obligated to follow the commandments that were issued directly to the descendants of Abraham. We're not. We're not obligated to be circumcised. If you're a descendant of Abraham, physical descendant of Abraham, get the circumcision. If you're not, like me, I'm not, then I'm not obligated. Literally not obligated. Oh, but hey, there's a whole Dawa script out there that is literally turning Paul into some kind of a monster. And the whole Dawa script probably never even studied the life of Paul. Interesting. Here's and so what prophecies did Muhammad prophesy? Interesting response. He prophesied the sun set in warm, murky water, and the moon split in two, and baby comes from a clot of blood. Yeah. Interesting response. But anyways, guys, thank you. I don't really want to look over the comments anymore because I'm gonna fall asleep very soon. Thank you so much if you're from United States for staying up with me this late. Thank you so much. I have no clue where you're from, but especially if you're from the East Coast, it's 5 a.m. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Till next time, dear people. Until next time. God bless all of y'all. And yeah. Go with God. Go with God.